Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the KCTCS Board of Regents meeting. Today is June 10th. The hour is 8:34 a.m. We are in gorgeous Owensboro and just enjoyed a wonderful breakfast and some time chatting with local community elected officials and business leaders. So thank you everyone who was able to join the breakfast, and thank you so much Dr. Williams for organizing that for us. I would like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents meeting, and I will ask Ms. Duncan to call the roll.
Chair Damaris.
Here.
Excuse me. Vice Chair Stevens.
Present.
Secretary Fletcher. Present. Regent Cox.
Here.
Regent Finan.
Here.
Regent Gallagher.
Here.
Regent Girdler.
Here.
Regent Green.
Here.
Regent Hamilton. Regent Herding.
Here.
Regent Jackson. Regent Martin.
Here.
Regent Schaus.
Here.
Regent Witten.
Here.
All members are present except for Regent Hamilton. We have a quorum.
Thank you, General Counsel Duncan. First item of business is the approval of minutes from the March 24th meeting 2022. The meetings have been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, minutes are approved. I'm going to begin with some additions to the agenda. This is due to the items that were discussed in yesterday's meeting. We had a presentation from Regent Fletcher yesterday as the chair of the Resource Optimization Committee, and there were 3 recommendations that were included in her report. I asked that those be considered by this board, and we would vote on those today. I'm going to start with those, and then we'll go into the other action items that appear in your agenda. Because this came from the committee, I would just ask that the chair make the motion, and then we will take a vote, and a second is not needed.
Chair Damaris, I would call for a motion on, for a vote on the motion to accept the 3 recommendations as they were presented yesterday. And if you would like to review those, I'm happy for you to do so.
Sure. So the motion is to accept them. I'm going to read each one individually, and I believe General Counsel Duncan will advise us to vote on them individually. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the first motion that I'm going to read is hire an outside entity to review building utilization / optimization, including college operations and program offerings. Include opportunities to streamline administrative services and hubs, etc. The study will look at enrollment and potential need of consolidating any programs and/or administrative services. That is the motion. And I'd like to call for the vote.
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Aye.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Yes.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes.
Regent Schaus.
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous.
Thank you. The second motion, standardization of online course quality review using KCTCS essential standards, policy, procedure, review, timeline for implementation, a pilot with gateway courses by January of 2023, full implementation by the end of spring 2023. These may include faculty professional development or possible certification as needed. Bring the Senate Council and faculty into the development plan. survey colleges on current use of KCTCS essential standards and practices, create policy, procedure, practices for access, use of student success data dashboard, and ensure an evaluation process with timely feedback and the opportunity for needed improvement to ensure all courses are meeting expected standards. I'd like to call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes, with the understanding that those elements that were read off do involve the faculty shared governance and development of that process.
so noted. Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous and carries.
Thank you. And then the third motion I'll read, creation of a dedicated diversity coordinator / director position at the colleges or shared regionally who has at least 50% of his or her position, role, or higher dedicated to diversity, equity, and inclusion for that college or regional area. Call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The motion is unanimous. It carries.
Thank you, and I appreciate you allowing these modifications to the agenda. We will now carry on with the agenda as originally planned. First item is the consent agenda. I would ask if there are any changes to the consent agenda. Hearing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. At this time, I'd like to introduce President Zarapata. He's going to give a report, and I do believe he has a guest speaker who will be joining us, and so take it away, President Zarapata.
Thank you so much. I don't know what number board meeting this is for me, but I can tell in this room here that something's missing. And what's missing is a smiling face that's always here behind the scenes, keeping this thing going. Amy Jennings couldn't be with us today, but she's going to be here, sitting right with us today during the board meeting. She came into the system office earlier this week. She looks great. She's getting healthier by the day, and we're hoping that we get her back soon and that she'll be with us at the September board meeting. So I know she's watching on YouTube because she's texted me. So hello, Amy.
Hello, Amy. We miss you.
I also want to, before I start this president's report, I want to thank everybody for their candor from in the past 3 months. We've had so much to work on between the compensation plans and everything else going on. Everyone has been very, very helpful in reaching out and helping construct these things. And again, another shout out to Buddy. Buddy has really, I mean, he has helped out so much, and I can't thank him and his whole team enough. Next, I want to give is an update. And so right as the legislative session began, we found out that our government affairs person was leaving. Hannah Rivera stepped up. She took on all those responsibilities. I'm pleased to announce that Hannah will be taking over those responsibilities permanently and has a new position. So those of you may not know this, but she majored in political science, worked for Senator McConnell, and also interned with several lobbying groups in Frankfurt. And she did an absolutely wonderful job navigating the session. We came out in great shape, couldn't have done it without her. Her new title, and now correct me if I'm wrong, is Chief of Staff, Board and Government Relations. Got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also wanted to talk about, one of the things that's very important to me is building our leadership. And speaking with President Morgan at Morehead State University, he approached me about starting a cohort of doctoral students. And so we've got our first cohort that started up, I think, just a week or two ago. We've got 18 students that'll be in this one. This will be an annual process. The first one, we kind of had our everything was on fire. He let me know we had to get the applications in within a few weeks. We'll have a more formal application process this next time around, but this will be an annual thing. And we'll have a pipeline of doctoral students to come out and help lead KCTCS. I also wanted to make mention of the GLI conference that Joe Heerdink brought up. It's the Governance Leadership Institute for New Trustees, August 4th through the 6th in Washington, D.C. I believe Hannah's going to be attending that. Joe has reached out with interest. So if anyone has interest in this, please reach out to Hannah and we can get you registered for it. I'll let the board know, but I'll let everyone else know. On Monday, we have a new interim vice president for administrative services. Beverly Malloy will be beginning with us on Monday, and she'll be here for a while until we get the permanent search done. So we're looking very, very, very forward to working with her. She's had a extremely diverse track record, has worked in all different varieties of institutions. Can't wait for y'all to meet her in September. In 2 weeks, for those of you that are interested, and I've got to read this because it's a little bit long, but with much help from Mary, I was named Communicator of the Year, presented by the Lexington chapter of the Public Relations Society of America. It's given every year to someone who's not in PR. And so very humbled to be joining the ranks of people like Aaron Thompson and Governor Beshear and some others. My neighbors think I'm crazy. I'm throwing out the first pitch at the Legends game, and I'm mortified to screw that up. So I've had my son out in the front yard playing catch with me against his will for the past 3 weeks. So I can just remember Derek Jeter telling George Bush, "Don't let it hit the ground." So I'm going to be a little worked up during that. So. I do not have a name to give you, but we are making progress. We're in negotiations for a VP of Talent, Inclusion, and Workplace Culture. I hope to send you all something next week about more details with that. Very excited about where we're headed with that. And let's see here. Now, Keith, if you could do me a favor, we have a video that we would like everybody to see of someone that you might know sitting next to me.
James Lee.
James Lee, yeah.
Which one is it? Is it James Lee or because this wasn't on the agenda, Dr. Zerbe?
No, it wasn't. Sorry.
Norm and Lisa are really extraordinary community members that the type of people that everybody wants in their city and in their.
We have been in Northern Kentucky for, I think it's going on 28 years right now. So we are not natives. We were not born here. And no, you don't care what high school we went to.
One of the things that impresses me about Norm and Lisa Damaris is that they are the kind of people that we want to attract to Northern Kentucky, that are not just thinking about what they can get from being here in Northern Kentucky and greater Cincinnati, but in fact, what they can give to make this a better community, and that they want to leave a legacy of a better community than they found it.
I'm actually a non-traditional student. We went to school in essence, an inner city type environment, not too different than what we have here in Covington. Her dad and family are from Italy. She's a first generation American. My mom worked as a cook and my dad worked as a laborer in a shipyard.
Both of us were, of the first in our families who did go to college. And we had, no money saved for it. So we both were getting the Pell Grants and getting scholarships. And I worked about 30 hours a week as well. And so as I work with the KCTCS system, Gateway, of course, as well as the other sister colleges, I understand our students. I was our students. I know what it's like to be juggling a job and trying to get the grades and trying to complete that degree.
Another reason why we're so passionate about the mission of Gateway and of KCTCS, why we've dedicated ourselves to helping out as much as we can, both in terms of volunteering, but also scholarships, and virtually anything we can do to help with these systems. They're incredible. And those students, there's other folks out there. They just need a chance.
What they're doing is about leaving a powerful legacy of hope in the folks whose lives they were able to touch. And I'm just honored that Gateway has been one of the recipients of that treasure and that energy to help our community become better. And certainly their work with NKU is a nice blend for us because it brings together both houses of the community college and the university work here in Northern Kentucky so that we can do our best.
Congratulations, Norm and Lisa. Nobody deserves it more than you.
So Norm and Lisa, thank you so much for the work you've done with Gateway and will continue to do, because I know you're stalwart partners in this work. And I look forward to working with you in the future. And just my personal heartfelt thanks and congratulations for myself and the college.
Addition to the agenda. One thing I would like to say is that the award, and thank you, Dr. Figueroa, for organizing a beautiful luncheon for it. The actual award is a very heavy metal plaque, and it was made by the welding students at the college. So we really appreciated that. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very touching, great stuff. You and Norm have been a huge friend to KCTCS and the Gateway and NKU. Couldn't be prouder of everything that you've brought. Do we know if Kathy's here yet? Okay. Justin, have you practiced that dance routine? Maybe you're going to do it.
I just need to move on, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a great idea.
So while we're waiting for our guest speaker, we actually have a couple of actions on our agenda. And these are fun actions. They're bittersweet because we're going to take action recognizing our student representatives here on the Board of Regents. And it's just, this is their last meeting. And they're only here with us for a year, and we wish we could hold on to them forever. But they have lives and they have plans, and they're going to move on, both of them moving on to university. So I will begin with Ms. Brooke Gallagher, and if you would please stand up and come over here. And I'm going to ask Dr. Handy if you would please stand with her as the president of JCTC. All right. We're going to make this super official. I have a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the awarding of an Associate in Arts degree to Ms. Brooke K. Gallagher, Jefferson Community and Technical College, as presented in the supplemental booklet, KCTCS candidates for credentials, with the credential to be awarded to Ms. Gallagher upon certification that the respective requirements have been satisfactorily completed. Dr. Handy, has she satisfactorily completed? Okay. So, can I have a second on this motion? Second, Dr. Fletcher. Thank you. Let's call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Absolutely.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Absolutely.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher. Do you agree?
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Hurdig,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Well, yeah.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Witten.
Yes, and congratulations.
The vote is unanimous. Hooray!
Also, this is beautiful, and I'm going to ask Regent Witten to explain this gorgeous piece of artwork here.
balance these.
Amazing.
My kid is an artist. I've shown you stuff before, so she did that for you guys.
She did
Yes.
this? Oh my goodness, that is
Isn't that
so
wonderful?
awesome.
Thank you.
Well, tell her I said thank you.
I love she's more excited about that than the actual.
Okay, while I'm standing here, let's have Regent Schaus. And Dr. Acappo, please.
Can I vote no and stay?
No.
It doesn't work like that.
There you go. All right, I will make the official motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the awarding of an Associate in Arts degree to Ms. Alexandria Schaus, Bluegrass Community and Technical College, as presented in the supplemental booklet, KCTCS Candidate for Credentials, with the credentials to be awarded to Ms. Schaus upon certification that the respective requirements have been satisfactorily completed. And Dr. Capo?
She completed.
Okay, wonderful. May I have a second, please? Thank you, Regent Witten. And let's call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox. I think he may have dropped off. Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Oh, Regent Cox said yes. Regent Girdler, excuse me. Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Witten,
Yes.
and Regent Schaus. The vote is unanimous. Yay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
All right. Oh, good.
Okay, great.
Good.
I can do personnel action.
Sounds perfect.
Okay. All right, we'll move to the next agenda item. Our guest speaker is here and just gathering up her items, and then she'll be in to speak with us. As the regents are aware, at each meeting on a quarterly basis, there are personnel actions that take place between the last meeting and the current meeting. And so it is a fiduciary responsibility of this board to ratify those personnel actions. So I'm going to make a motion and ask for a second. And the motion is that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in your agenda materials. May I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Fletcher has seconded, and can we call for the vote?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox.
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Okay, we're going to just keep rolling till our guest speaker comes into the room. The next item is the KCTCS System-Wide College Mission Statements for approval. And for this item, I am going to ask our Chancellor, Dr. Chris Williams, to introduce this item.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This board has really been looking at ways to be efficient, and as a result of that, we looked at the mission approval process. A college, in past policy, colleges required to bring their missions up, review them and bring their missions before the board every 3 years. And that put colleges on very different cycles from our strategic planning process cycle. So as we moved into a new strategic planning process and moved to a 4-year strategic planning process instead of a 6-year strategic planning process, we looked at the board policy. The board policy called for regular review, but did not specify time dates. So then we looked at administrative policy, which is where the every 3-year rule or practice lay. And so a few months ago, it was recommended to the board, and the cabinet approved a new administrative policy that called for the college mission statement to be approved within the fiscal year that the 4-year KCTCS and college strategic plans were approved. And so what you have in front of you today is the mission statement that's been for each college that's been reviewed through that college's planning process. It may have been approved by the board previously. You'll see some dates underneath the mission statements that might have been in 2021, for example, where they were just recently approved in the previous practice. But they are all coming forward to you. They follow fully the practice. They've been reviewed by the college. I feel like I should be singing. They've been reviewed by the college, and approved by the college's board of directors. They've been approved by the chancellor's office and the chancellor. They've been approved by Dr. Zarapata, and now they come to you all for final approval. All of them contain the language that reminds everyone that the colleges are a member of the Kentucky Community and Technical College system, and as such are governed by this board. And with that, I recommend approval of the 16 college mission statements, which will then come up for a review again within the next 4-year strategic planning process.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Appreciate your overview. And I really do appreciate the fact that we continue to improve our own processes in the ways in which we can support our college presidents so that they can move forward in more rapid pace. At this point in time, I would like to formally make the motion that the Board of Regents approve the mission statements for the 16 KCTCS colleges as part of a regular strategic planning process and cycle. May I have a second? Second by Regent Jackson. Can we call for the vote, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. And do we have our guest speaker? Okay. All right. Let's
She's coming in hot, so.
coming in. All right, I think I've got time for one more.
Yeah,
Let's just keep rolling.
Audit committee, you're on.
The next item is an update on the recent events of the audit committee. And also there is one action that the audit committee is asking for the Board of Regents to entertain. The audit committee met on June 1st and to discuss its business. And there were 3 key components of that business. We were able to meet representatives from Forvis. Forvis is our new external auditor. They sent a couple of folks over to give us an overview of the external audit process and how they will be conducting that process. You might recall that there was an RFP last year and a new firm was hired. They actually had a different name, some 3 letters that I can't recall right now. BKD. See, I've got Forvis in the brain now because they told us in this meeting, we're now Forvis. What was really interesting was the story behind Forvis. They wanted to come up with a name that meant forward vision. And so that is how they came up with Forvis. Really great team, really excited to start working with them, and they will be conducting the external audit. We also had an update on the internal audit that was provided by folks at Dean Dorton. Mr. Lance Mann gave that update, and all of those materials are in the onboard. So hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at those materials. There are several actions that are completed on a quarterly basis by the internal audit. I will say that the results of those actions did have a couple of risk areas that are in the plan to be worked on and to be mitigated, but there were no high risk items at all presented. And then the final discussion item of the audit committee was the audit committee charter. And so the charter is the document that gives the committee its guidance on membership, meetings, how we will conduct our business, what our accountability is, and basically how we will do our work as a committee. The committee discussed the charter. There was one modification that was asked for during the discussion. That modification was made and it was approved by General Counsel Duncan as written. So at this time, I would like to ask the Board of Regents to approve the audit committee charter. What will happen is on an annual basis, that charter will be reviewed and the committee may recommend changes to it. And if they do, certainly it would come back to this board for approval and ratification. And so at this time, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Regents approve the audit committee charter as presented in your agenda materials. Attachment A, you can also see it in the audit committee materials that are in the onboard. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Regent Green, who is also on the audit committee. So she was part of that process. Appreciate it. Like to call for a vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
and Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. At this point, I think we're going to
Yeah.
break and go back to the president's report.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Without further ado, I want to introduce Kathy Dykstra, who's the Chief Possibility Officer of the Family Scholar House. I had the pleasant opportunity to meet with Kathy for the first time 3 or 4 months ago down with Justin in Elizabethtown. I knew what Family Scholar House was doing in Louisville. I had no idea what Family Scholar House was doing across the state and across the country. She is a dynamo. It was one of those conversations where within 5 minutes I was hooked and I knew that we had to do this at all 16 colleges. She's going to talk to you about data, which had me nerded out. She is a huge Salesforce fan, which I am as well. And the data that she is able to capture to better the lives of so many people is just amazing. It was a Jerry Maguire moment. She had me at hello, and the one thing that she left me with, it takes a little bit for me to break down. She left me with 2 books that told the stories of, and it's not unique stories. These stories happen everywhere. They were 2 of the most touching books I think I've ever read, and they were just wonderful things. If I can get some extra copies, I'd love to get them out to my board. Wonderful. And so as the Chief Possibility Officer, President and CEO of Family Scholar House, Kathy is committed to promoting the importance of education as an asset that appreciates over time and provides long-term self-sufficiency through career track employment. Kathy sees her role as changing the paradigm for work with families and foster alumni in poverty from short-term support to long-term solutions. Under her leadership, the organization was born from Project Women with a bigger, broader mission and comprehensive holistic services and programs that now serve over 30,000 families annually. Kathy led Family Scholar House's geographic expansion to serve other communities in our region, developed and launched the affiliate program to replicate the Family Scholar House model, added the Foster Alumni Residential Pre-Parent Residential Program, and completed over $59 million in construction of 5 campuses in Louisville and $78 million in Kentucky, all of which provide affordable housing for low-income families. In July of 2020, Family Scholar House was awarded a National Rise Prize, one of only 5 programs in the mature state category chosen to receive $200,000 in recognition of its work with student parents. In 2019, Family Scholar House was designated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as an Envision Center and honored by the American Planning Association with the 2019 HUD Secretary's Opportunity and Empowerment Award. In 2014, Kathy received a Doctor of Public Service honoris causa from Spalding University. In 2019, Kathy was selected for the Ascend National Advisors Cohort and chosen for Governor Beshear's transition team. In July of 2020, Kathy was selected as co-chair for the Built and Natural Environment Committee of Louisville's Build Back Better Together initiative, and as a member of the Greater Louisville Inc.'s Business Council to End Racism. In September of 2020, Governor Beshear appointed Kathy to serve as a board member for the combined Kentucky Higher Education Assistance Authority, or KIA, and Kentucky Higher Education Student Loan Corporation. Currently, she is the chair of the board. Additionally, Kathy serves on several state and regional corporate and nonprofit boards of directors. Please welcome Kathy Dykstra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terapati. It's a little like going to your own funeral. But I told him my bio gets longer as I get older, which I think is a good thing. But I am honored to be here. I am really, really pleased to be here. And I want to thank you for inviting me. You know, from that first meeting that we had, I saw the like-mindedness of the way we think and do the right thing. But let's have the data. Let's have the data, because I like the data. And so I'm going to walk you through what we're doing. I think, can we move that into slideshow mode? Instead of, yeah.
It's trying. There we go.
There you go. Okay, that's better. Okay, so Family Scholar House. What I'm going to talk to you about today is a little bit of all of what we do, but a whole lot of what we're doing in the education and workforce support space. So our mission is to end the cycle of poverty and transform our communities by empowering families and youth to succeed in education and achieve lifelong self-sufficiency. For us, the ultimate in economic development is development of our human capital. And that is aligned with exactly what we see in the community college system. For most of the students we have served over time and are serving now, the community and technical college system is their entry point for how they start their post-secondary career, and most often when they need to upskill or retrain or seek a different career, where they come back to. So having a relationship with all of the community college system makes really good sense for us. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support not just the other 33 states we work in, but the one where we live. We all live here. We want to help fellow Kentuckians. And so this was a really good opportunity for us. It's about this guy. This is Paul. This picture was a candid shot that we ended up using a great deal and really enjoyed. Paul was celebrating his mom's graduation. And we know we've made a difference when we see the impact in the second generation. What we provided for parents or for adults before they became parents, and how does that inform their next generation and subsequent generations so that they have different opportunities. Paul has his mom as a role model. She started out at the community college. She has gone on and is now getting her RN and BSN. She is a fantastic mom, but she's also his model for what he wants for his future and how he will do in education. So our history, we were established in 1995 by educators who happened to be nuns. They saw the opportunity to work with student parents, single parents, and what they recognized was that for a single parent who lacked the education and good job to provide affordable housing and childcare, there was no way out because they didn't have the affordable housing, childcare in order to get the education to get the good job. It was a cycle and they were stuck in it. They started small and they stayed small. Their focus was only single moms and they were only looking at 4-year degrees. So in 2005, they were serving 4 people. They were serving them real well, but they were serving 4 people. And an organization that's serving 4 people is not really poised for great success. The board hired me and asked me to take it to scale and make it sustainable. I was currently the Economic Success Program Director at the Center for Women and Families, our domestic violence shelter in Louisville. And I knew that I could have listed off 200 women that day that would have given anything for this opportunity. So 4 wasn't enough. And there was a different way to do some things. So we grew really, really fast. We went from paying other people to house our families to building our own housing so that we had support from the government to house our families. Much better model. And that allowed us to build 5 campuses in Louisville with 279 apartments. And that is fantastic. But we knew even when we were building our first campus that we would never house our way out of this problem. We would never be able to house everybody that needed us. 279 sounds like a whole lot. 800 families on the waiting list. So what do? Well, we decided to go upstream. So let's look at how we get in front of it. How do we do more earlier interaction to get to earlier intervention so people don't need to be quite as desperate in order to live with us? We will still house the most vulnerable and there will always be a strong supply of those folks. But how do we help people who need just a little bit now in order to not have that unstable housing, in order to be on the right path? In 2020, in January of 2020, think about where you were in January 2020. We launched our response center. At the time, in working with our staff, we were going to work with people, but video chat, Zendesk, phone, all the ways that we could work with them virtually. I had staff members say, Kathy, this sounds real good, but I'm just not sure people are going to want to work with us virtually. And 2 months later, it is all we had, all we had. We were not just working with people virtually that didn't live with us. We were working with people virtually that lived with us. And it became a lifeline for so many people. It also became a lifeline for people that had never anticipated needing us, but because of the pandemic, found themselves for the first time ever in their lives needing support that they did not know how to access. And we were a really good way to do that. Now, the core of our response center is built on a pet project of mine that has turned into a really growing part of what we do. It is our database. So our database, we looked for what all the opportunities out in the community, couldn't find what we wanted. And what I kept saying we wanted was electronic medical records for human services. And there wasn't anything. There were things that would track some aspects of what we wanted to do, but not everything. So we built it. We built it ourselves. And we have database management as part of our team now. It is capable of tracking over 150 fields of information for every household served. Their trauma, their education, their child's education, their child's grades, their child's test scores, their success in education, their wages, all of their government benefits, where they've been to school, what they were studying, all of those things. And when you put that all together, instead of a very flat 2-dimensional picture of a family, you have a robust 3-dimensional understanding of what they've experienced and how you can help. And that's really what it came down to. So just in 2021, we served let's be specific, 26,288 households, just under 30,000 households across 24 states. We're now in 34 states. We've added 10 states this year. Half of those are in Kentucky. And that is the fastest growing part of what we do. So I wanted you to see what a campus looks like. This is our 5th campus in Louisville. This is Riverport Scholar House. It's taken from the playground. You can kind of see in the distance the doors, that the doors are different colors. And from the beginning, we've done this. The doors have been different colors on all of our campuses. It was never about how it looked. I hope it doesn't look hokey, but it was never about how it looked. All of the families that live with us, all of the children that live with us have experienced unstable housing, sometimes moving 5 or 6 times in a year, different schools, staying with different people. We wanted them to have the sense of belonging that comes with knowing where you call home. So our children most often identify themselves by the color of their door. Oh, Miss Kathy, I'm the red door on the 2nd floor. I'm the purple door on the 1st floor. And we immediately know where they live. In 2019, when we did our graduation ceremony, which we have one coming up, 71 graduates this year coming out of the pandemic. But when we did our graduation ceremony, Kelsey Orman, who was chosen by her group, the class of 2019, to speak, was so nervous her knees were knocking together. And we told her, just tell them you're nervous. So she stood up there and said, gosh, guys, I am so nervous, but I'm just Kelsey from the green door on the 1st floor. And immediately everyone knew who she was, and she was calm again because she was grounded in a place that she belonged. So outreach services, this is how we ended up here. We started doing outbound calls. We did them for employers. We did them for educational institutions. We asked them, what do you need? In some cases, that was a little overwhelming because people were used to choosing from a selection and didn't know how to embrace the idea that if you can think it up and it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical, we're going to call about it. So if you want to tell somebody about a scholarship, or you want to check and see whether they know they're getting ready to be administratively withdrawn, or if you want to call about starfish, or if you just want to call and say, hey, welcome to the new term. Do you have everything you need to be successful? And then wait for an answer. That's what our folks do. They do it at absolutely no cost to the college, to the student, or to the student's family. Absolutely no cost to the college, the student, or the student's family. A lot of people had trouble with that one too. One of the presidents, I'll not name him, said, you know, Kathy, this would have more credibility if you charged for it. And I said, well, I will take a check. I'm just not asking for one. That's the difference. This is our mission, and we want to be doing this. So we're making all of these calls, and we're providing the resources that they need based on what they identify as their challenges. Because what we know is that people do not stop out or drop out from school or leave or lose their jobs. Most often, those are not because of school or because of work. It's because life got in the way. A new baby, a sick parent, COVID, a pandemic. They lost their housing, their car broke down. What would be an inconvenience for so many of us? A flat tire is a deal breaker for somebody who does not have the resources to get that done. So we work with them to work through the processes. So they're developing the critical thinking skills to figure these problems out on their own, but we're right there with them to help them with them. And we use a 3-tier system. See if that's next. Well, let me show you this first. These are our response center leaders. We have 15 dedicated staff in the response center and then 15 program leaders on rotation. These are social work students. These are education majors. These are folks who live their lives and have chosen career paths that are about helping people. And they love what they do. And we love having them. And then, so we also take inbound calls. So those inbound calls, anybody who has our number. And what we've asked all the schools to put it on the bottom of their syllabus. Here's how you reach these people will help you. Here's how you reach them. It's 2 sentences.
takes up no space, just could put it in the footer. So it's right there. And then they call us and they can get help navigating life's challenges. We do a benefits assessment to make sure they're getting all of the government benefits for which they're eligible. And if we find one that they're not getting, we don't say, well, you know what, you should look into that. We say, here, let's apply for it together right now. Let's do it right now. Let's walk them through that right now. That includes helping people complete the FAFSA. For some folks, it's not about, we're grateful that it's going to get simpler because it's hard. And it's particularly hard if you have a complicated life, a divorce, all sorts of things, trying to get tax records from your parents if you're under 24, that's a nightmare. But most often they've gotten the information together and they're afraid. They see 5 years in jail and a $25,000 fine if you mess up. And the people that are cheating, they're not bothered by that. But the people that are trying so hard to be honest are terrified that they're going to make a mistake. They just need to be comforted and walked through that process so they can hit submit. And then they have that estimated family contribution of 0 and their whole world changes right before our eyes. So we do all of that just for completing the benefits assessment, which takes about 11 minutes. We provide everybody who completes one with a $25 gift card to show respect for their time. So if we're doing a benefits assessment with you and we find that you have everything that's available, you've already got it, good for you. And here's $25 to meet whatever need you might have, because we want you to know we respect your time in checking these things out. Our advocates are there, our success coaches, our health and wellness coach. In one day, she did potty training, meal planning, managing chronic illnesses, mental health related to the pandemic, and some healthy body image classes with 6th graders. In one day, she's there for everything. That's not just for the people who live with us. It's for anybody who calls and has a need. And technology assistance. So for a lot of folks, not only did the pandemic mean they couldn't go places and do things, it meant that they needed to be prepared to do online coursework that they may not have had the resources to do. We had one young woman that was working with a 10-plus-year-old desktop computer and dial-up internet. And we got asked to call her because she hadn't checked in online. But by golly, it wasn't because she wasn't trying. Do you know how hard that is? So we got her a Chromebook and got her online the same weekend so that she could check in before Sunday night so that she wasn't administratively withdrawn on Monday. We can't guarantee success, but we can eliminate guaranteed failure. We can eliminate that. And affordable housing, we do that where we have it and where we can plug people into it, whether it's ours or one of our partners. These are program team leaders. The one on the far left, that is our health and wellness coach. If you could see the whole picture, there's a little box of like those takeout and like meal planning kit thing. She's walking somebody through how to do meal prep on Sunday to get your family through the whole week so that you have more time available for your coursework. And then the one on the far right is JD Graham. She's one of our graduates. We hire our graduates. She is our assistant program director, master's in social work, and served on the Governor's Council for Survivors, telling her story and helping other people know that healing is possible. So here's how we do this. 3 tiers of support. The first tier is always back to the school, always back to the school. We want to be utilizing the resources you already have in place. So that's the tutoring center. That's your food pantry. That's your financial aid officers. That's your academic advisors. In the event that that is not what they need and the resources that they need most are not available at the college, we're then looking at tier 2. What's available in the community? And we have those resources. We're very adept at navigating that. We often ask the colleges, we have this list of resources, which are the ones you trust most? Because we would like to send them to the places you already trust most. That's tier 2. Tier 3 is us. You know, a need shouldn't go unmet. And if tier 1 and tier 2 can't handle it, then we'll look at how we step in. So far, we have provided assistance emergency financial assistance for 35 KCTCS students totaling $3,400. 5 of those were laptops. Most emergency assistance is less than $50. That's a deal breaker, less than $50. And we've done 287 benefits assessments at $25 each. I believe if we could scan up, it's like $7,200, and 244 of those, go back, 7125. Yeah, there you go. And 244 of those were at Elizabethtown. So that school is benefiting greatly by making sure that all of their students are getting the benefits for which they're eligible. They send out a text message. That's possible, easy. Send out a text message, connect people to the link. They complete the benefits assessment. And the $25 gift card is delivered electronically to make sure that they get it to them and quickly. Nobody wants to wait for the mail. Nobody. I don't. Data collection and reporting. So our database is called Canvas, by Canvas, because we canvas, we gather, 2 S's, and we canvas, we paint a picture on a canvas of the data that we have gathered. Over 150 fields of searchable, reportable data for each household. All referrals and resources and touch points are documented. This is a very trauma-informed approach to helping people, because since all of our support representatives have access to all of the data in the database, an individual does not need to tell their story multiple times. They get to tell it once, and we get to pick up like a baton in a relay race where the last person helped them and then move forward. So they're not constantly reliving the trauma that they've experienced. Call campaigns are compliant with FERPA. We have an MOA with every one of the 16 regional colleges, and we've done campaigns for 12 of the 16 regional colleges, as few as 1 and as many as 22 for an individual college. We track and trend those. The way this works is we provide a basic spreadsheet that has student's name, basic demographics, and they complete that and send us back the spreadsheet and the reason we're calling. Why would you like us to call these people? What would you like us to do? We don't need a script. We had one script early on from one of the employers that would have taken 3 voicemails. Nobody wants 3 voicemails from us. Just give us talking points, because our folks are really good at making it sound like a friend is calling to help you. And so we get the talking points, we get the data, we fill out the spreadsheet. So we fill everything out. We're filling out whether or not the phone was disconnected, whether we reached them, what they said, what follow-up they need. We highlight anything that the college is going to need to follow back up on, and we enter everything into our database. When we send back the spreadsheet, and that happens pretty quickly, when we send back the spreadsheet, we also send back a high-level summary, and you're going to get all this in your packages. Matter of fact, we might want to, wherever those ended up being, there's 30 of them, so we should have enough. They get a high-level summary that doesn't have any confidential information in it, that can be used to share with leaders and decision makers to understand what were the results of this call campaign. So you have 3 examples of the summaries in there in your packet, so that you can see a really small one, a really large one. All of them have been very successful. For example, we know from telemarketing that the average answer rate is 2 to 3% on a cold call. And on an in-house campaign where they have some relationship with you, the average response rate is 12 to 13%. Our average right now is 24% answer rate. And then we track the reach rate. We know that 87% of the people that get a voicemail will listen to it. Those numbers are higher for women, for younger people, and for socioeconomically impacted lower income people. So it is very likely that the vast majority of the people that would get a call in the KCTCS system would listen to the voicemail. So we add the answer rate and the voicemail rate together, and our average reach rate is 78%. It's unheard of. But that's because you already have a relationship with them. We're building on that relationship. When we call, we're saying calling on behalf of Jefferson Community and Technical College, calling on behalf of Somerset. When in doing so, we're deepening and strengthening the relationship that they have with the college. Our highest reach rate to date is 98%, and we have a tie. That's JCTC and ECTC. They both had a campaign with 98% reach rate. We track and trend all that. And then at the bottom of those high level summaries, there are outtakes. If we see something multiple times, we want to call that to your attention. So if we're seeing, this is a consistent thing, or the tutoring center, it has hours that are difficult for me because I work, then we're connecting with the tutoring center to say, this is a stretch for some people. Is there any flexibility, or is there anyone else that can work with them? Or should we look at finding them someone to help with tutoring? When we give someone a resource, whether that resource is at the college, in the community, doesn't matter. We then call them back 1 week later to ask how that went. Because what we found is that when you give someone a resource and they're unsuccessful, they call them, they can't help, they call them, they're not available, they can't reach them. They're reluctant to call you back and tell you that because it feels like their own failure. And we don't want that. So we call back to make sure they were able to make that connection and to see if we need to get yet another resource to help them. So the KCTCS campaigns, I've mentioned a little bit of this, 44 campaigns so far total, almost 4,900 students. That number is 1 to 22 now because we just completed a 22nd campaign for one college. The examples of the call campaigns can be as simple as encouraging registration. You were enrolled in the spring, but you're not enrolled in the fall. What can we do? You haven't completed the FAFSA. How can we help? And my favorite, do you have what you need to be successful? Because people who will sit in class and never raise their hand and say, over here, I don't have that. I don't have a book. I don't know what we're doing. Won't raise their hand and say so. But by golly, if you call them and it's just you and them, I most certainly do not have what I need. Here is where I'm stuck. And then that gives us an opportunity to help. The outcomes are not just in the data. They're in the deepening of that interaction. We provide everything we can think of, and if anybody wants a different kind of data, we'll get that too, because we have it. We have so much rich data. But I think the favorite thing that I have is that impact. Is having students tell you, this made a difference to me. This kept me enrolled. This meant that I could still work and go to school because you helped me figure out childcare. All of those sorts of things contribute to the well-being of fellow Kentuckians and give them opportunities and give their children, like Paul, opportunities that they wouldn't have any other way. So we weren't really content to just sit back on our laurels. We're not really sit back on your laurels kind of folk. That's just not us. And I was in Pittsburgh. This would have been 2017, I believe. And I saw a web app and I was texting my staff under the table. I want this now. It was called Big Berg, not Big Bird. For the longest time I thought, why did Big Bird got to do with it? Big Berg in Pittsburgh, bigberg.com. And we saw the opportunity to bring it to Louisville as louisconnect.com. We did. It is a web app, so you don't have to download anything. You access it through your browser. It's free. And every resource in it is free. So we work very closely with 211. 211 actually invested in Louis Connect because they saw the opportunity. 211 just in Louisville has over 1,400 services. When you boil that down to the ones that are free, it's 450, which means a lot of people could end up going to a resource and get there and find out it costs something, maybe something they don't have. We wanted to eliminate that. Those are still good resources and they're still out there in the community, but in the web app, we only list free resources. And the other thing the web app does is it filters it. So instead of going in and putting in diapers, you need diapers, and then getting baby diapers, adult diapers, doggy diapers, thousands of listings of diapers. There's lots of kinds of diapers. There's pull-ups. There's all kinds of things. Instead of getting all of that, it filters based on who you are. So if you put in that you're a family with a child under the age of 18, you clicked that in the web app, then when you go to pantry and diapers, you're only going to get the diapers that are relevant to you. And it's going to be a smaller number. People in crisis can only take in so many words, so the smaller number is helpful. But you get a smaller number, and they're organized based on the distance that they are from where you are. So it's easy to get to, and there's directions. When you click on, there's a little icon, you can click on the hours, or you can get the whole listing that tells you where it is, what to bring, what you'll get, all of the basics. It does not tell you who the executive director is, because if you need diapers, you don't care. You just want to know, where do I go? What do I bring? And what do I get? And so that's how it's organized. So I'm spending a lot of time talking about Louis Connect. You've got to be wondering, why is she telling us about this thing that's only in Louisville? Well, Louisville was sort of our proof of concept for that. So July 1, that rolls out statewide with a new name. It will be called myky.info. And through a deep relationship, not only with KCTCS and the credibility that Dr. C has lended to us, we will have kiosks like what you just saw in that last picture that we've put in libraries and the Veterans Administration and Goodwill and the court system and Louisville Metro government. We'll have those at community colleges across the state, so that folks that are looking for something that don't have that handheld technology to look it up and may not want to go to the computer lab to look it up on a desktop can go to the kiosk and use the same touch concepts to find exactly what it is they need. Now that's going to be from where the kiosk is located, but it's still going to give them really good directions to get what they need. This is about getting free resources in the hands of people who need things when they need them. And just in Louisville, our police department has distributed more than 60,000 of these every year since we launched it. So the police use it. What the chief of police, a couple of chief of police back at Louisville said to me was that, Kathy, police don't want to give a bad resource to someone because they remember where they got the wrong information. So if we can give them a way to find the information on their own, then we're doing them a better service than if we tell them where we think they should go for something, because we're not going to arrest everybody we meet. We need to help people as well. So empowering people to find it themselves makes them far more likely to follow up, just like giving them a resource makes them far more likely to follow up. But then following up a week later and saying, did that work out, gives them the comfort of knowing they're not in it alone. So statewide, July 1, myky.info. The lieutenant governor will be down at Elizabethtown on Thursday to see the kiosk that is installed there. And then we're doing our PR rollout with Jefferson early in July so that all of the media can see how this is rolling to a statewide platform. So before we go to questions, I have a very short video. Someone has a very short video. Awesome. Thank you. A very short video that was made in-house just to give you an idea of what that impact can be.
Hi, my name is Shakira. I am a student at Jefferson Community and Technical College. This House has been able to support me in getting connected with Legal Aid Society, and I have completed the benefits assessment to make sure I am receiving all the benefits I'm eligible for. I am now in my second year of college at JCTC, and I am working towards housing with Family Scholar House.
Hello, my name is Caroline, and I work as a Response Center representative supporting KCTCS students across the state. As a student working through my master's in social work, I understand the vital need for support. If you haven't already, I'm sure you will hear that here at Family Scholar House, we understand that it's not the coursework or employment that get in the way of someone completing their degree program, but it is life. It is not having reliable childcare, transportation, or a stable support system, and that's where I come in. I've supported students at Jefferson with understanding what benefits they're eligible for and walking through the application processes. I have provided students at Bluegrass a safe space to vent about their life experiences and assist them in making a plan to overcome those barriers. I've encouraged students at Big Sandy to keep pushing forward in their most difficult times. And lastly, I celebrate with each student on every achievement, no matter how big or small. Support, listening, encouragement, and celebration. That is what the Response Center at Family Scholar House is all about.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm a student at ECTC. I just finished my first semester. I'm about to start my summer semester, and Family Scholar House has been there for me in many different ways. Some specific ways are my car blew up, my engine blew up, and they were able to help me get my car off the side of the road so it wouldn't get towed. Also, I'm going through a custody battle to get one of my children back in my life, and the support mentally has been phenomenal. I felt at one point like I was going to quit school, but with the help from Family Scholar House, I feel like I can keep going. They've helped me just brainstorm through different things that I can do to be positive and stay on the right mindset to succeed. And I thank you guys very much.
What many of us got from our families is not always available to every student. And so being family for them, it's no mistake that family is the first word in our name. Being family for them can mean that they stay enrolled. It can mean that they stay on their path. It can mean that they succeed in persisting and completing their degree. What is I told the presidents? I'm a big baseball fan. Get them on, get them over, get them in. Let's get them into college. Let's help them persist. And then let's help them with credential and degree completion so that they have that success, not just for themselves, but for their families. So I am glad to take any questions that you have. Before we do, I'm going to give you one more bit of data. I just got this morning before I left. We looked at folks that when we met them at intake, and then the ones we're working with on an ongoing basis, 6 to 9 months later, and we looked at their benefits. Those that we were at intake, they had SNAP, a Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, so food stamps. 35% of those at intake had SNAP. 6 to 9 months later, 71% had SNAP. TANF, which we think of as welfare, temporary aid to needy families, 1% at intake, 34% 6 to 9 months later. WIC is a little different because it's time sensitive and we see more folks with younger children when we first meet them because of the time limits. So that went from 27% to 17%. It's the only one that went down. Rental assistance, 6%. And then, of course, those living with us have 100%. So they're on that path. Medicaid and Medicare, in some cases, they have Medicare through SSI. So Medicaid, we think of it mostly as Medicaid, 72% to 98%. S-CHIP, which is for their children. We want all of our children to have health care. It went from 5% to in 6 months, 38%. And at a year, we have 95 to 98%. And then the child care subsidy, which is so critical to people being able to have the child care to be able to go to school and to go to work. Less than 1% at intake, 53% 6 to 9 months later. If we didn't do anything else, this would be very helpful. But this is just part of that deepening relationship, because when people trust you to help them with these things, they trust you to help them with all the other things. And that's where we find that we're able to be most useful to them as a family. Questions for me? How are you funded? Great question. We get some support from the Commonwealth of Kentucky for outreach. We are largely funded by philanthropists. So folks that believe in this, as opposed to what we currently do with folks that are low income, which is help them stay in low income. So that's the biggest pieces. We also have some federal grants. We're a SNAP ENT site. We get some federal dollars that flow through to the Department of Labor. We just received a $2.8 million one-year grant that starts August 1. That is both renewable, increasable, and actually replicable. We have 4 other states asking us to do that as well. It's a public health AmeriCorps. So I'll be working with the KCTCS schools to see who they have that might want to be in senior living facilities in an apprenticeship program, because this is a combined AmeriCorps and apprenticeship program. So they're getting paid a stipend, they're getting an educational allowance, they're getting credentials, and it's 1 year. They can be as young as 17, be a junior in high school who wants to do it part-time after school. So that'll be 200 public health workers. Right now, that's obviously, if we didn't learn anything else in COVID, we learned you can't have too many nurses. We need a lot of them. And so looking at how we start those pathways early and then encourage them. We do a lot of apprenticeships, a whole lot of apprenticeships. And I wish I'd have known about that a long time ago, because our apprentices have no student loan debt. They've never paid for a class. They've never bought books. It's all covered, and they're getting paid as they learn. And often that gives them the best way to see if that's really a career that they want, because they're in it, not just studying for it. And so this is one of those. So we patch it together. Our budget is about $8.5 million for the new fiscal year that starts July 1.
Yes, so kind of a dual question for you and Dr. Zarapata. So this is going to all 16. How do we get the syllabi statement and the Blackboard announcement for all of our students now? How do we do that today?
So can I just add that the syllabi statement just went out to your chief student officers and your chief academic officers yesterday. We had Sarah
Brady.
Brady.
She's our director of workforce development.
She just met with all the chief student officers. So that's been received at your colleges, and we're hopeful that they'll share it out, but we certainly invite you all to help remind your colleges that that information is there.
One of the most rewarding things we get is when someone calls us and says, my professor said to give you a call. He thought you could help. And of course, you know, that means that the college isn't just using us for outbound calls. They're actually trusting us with those inbound calls.
Well, I mean, and honestly, as you were speaking, I'm teaching summer classes now. I teach English, and I was like, how do I get her message into my course right now? Like, how do I do that? So, I mean, yes, I mean, I think I know what you're talking about, Dr. Williams, how maybe I think we just got a new template for fall, but they need it this summer. How do we get it right now?
I can send it out to the board. It's
That'd be
a very
great.
simple statement, and we'll be sure it goes out in the email that goes to all faculty members so that they have it. But hopefully your chief academic officer would forward it right on to faculty now, and you could be sharing it.
And we've got methods through text message, and we've got real estate on the learning management system that we can use as well to put that message out there.
Yeah. Thank you.
One of my favorite things that happened is one of the contacts that we work with at one of the colleges sent Sarah a message, Sarah Brady, our director of workforce development, a message to tell her how wonderful it felt for this to be an extension of the work they were doing, not separate from the work that we were doing. This collaboration is really that. This isn't call these people. This is a collaboration. And I'll offer this as an example of why it matters that we have social workers and guidance counselors and people like that making these calls. In one of the call campaigns, we reached a young woman who had 3 starfish, and it turned out she'd had a miscarriage, and she was just reeling from that, and had some significant depression and mental health issues, and had someone inexperienced made that call, they would have said, wow, that's the worst call I've had all day. My gosh, I've never heard anything this bad. It's been a long time since I've talked to anybody who was this depressed. And that's not what our staff said. That would have made her feel worse. I looked at the notes, and Caroline, our support representative who called her, said, how strong you are that you've carried this by yourself. Can we help you? And that's a whole different conversation than how bad this is. And it gives us a place to start. I love that you read the books. I love that you did. And we will get you the PDFs and make it really easy to share. But the third book comes out this September, September 16th at our gala. And it is the story of children who grew up in our program who are now adults and are old enough to reflect back on how it changed their lives. And honestly, we were talking about table directions and I said, could we just get the biggest box of Kleenex you've ever seen? Because that's what they're going to need. I've been reading these in the editing process. And to A1, they're not stuck in the awful things that happen to their families. They are filled with possibilities and gratitude and how they're giving back. And reading that gives me hope for many generations to come. What other questions do you have for me or for Dr. C?
Kathy, I have comment and a question. Thank you very much. This is probably one of the best presentations that I've heard in a long time about relevancy. Those of us that work with students every single day in the trenches really understand when you're giving the numbers to your president saying, I have this much retention or attrition or whatever, it looks like a number. But when you're talking to students who say, I work 3 jobs and that's the best I can do, you really understand down in the weeds why students are successful or why they are not successful. So I think this is an amazing initiative, and I applaud you.
Thank you.
And your whole team. I do have a couple questions, if I may ask.
Absolutely.
And one is the database that you are referencing.
Yes.
Having worked in trauma care, sometimes people do not necessarily want to supply that information.
Yeah.
They think they're being tracked or there's going to be something punitive associated with that. Do you ever find that people don't want to enter the database, or is it mandatory that they provide that information to participate?
So we don't get all that information in one phone call. If I asked you for 150 fields of information in one phone call, you would hang up on me. I hope you would. We get it as we go.
Okay.
So we start out with a little bit, and as you build the trust, they give you more and more and more. But to this point, and I think this is really interesting because I come from where you are coming from. They're like, would I provide that information? The deeper the need, the quicker they are to provide the information. So for VOCA, for Victims of Crime Act, we track polyvictimization. We track 9 forms of chronic trauma. So I was raped, I've experienced domestic violence, I've witnessed a homicide, those sorts of things. Okay. I've been strangled. These are awful things. You don't want any of that. Our average for the people that live with us is 4. It's just traumatic. We track that because what we found is that 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3. The more of these you've experienced, the more you see the world as a victim. And the deeper that trauma is, the quicker they are to tell us about it because they want help. And it is very heavy baggage to carry, very heavy.
So, and the timeline is the other question. I'm assuming that they enter with some direction or some algorithm of you have to finish by this time. Is this lifelong support? What is the timeline?
Lifelong support. We call everybody. We'll call anybody. And so whether they're living with us or not, they're in the database. So if we're placing an outbound call, let's say we're making outbound calls for Bluegrass, we're entering what little information we get, the information they gave us, and plus we're building on it. But because we make so many calls, it is very likely that we're going to talk to the same person 3 or 4 times in one school at one academic year. And over that time, we hear often, I'm saving your number, I'm going to call you back, and they do. Or they'll call us back because we helped them with something and now they feel successful and could you just tell Caroline or whomever they remember they spoke with, could you just tell her that I did well on my test? That's the stuff that gives us all shivers, right? Because they have someone who they believe actually cares that they succeeded and they want us to know.
I think this is really connecting the dots too, and a comment to Dr. Williams and Dr. Zarapata for support of the LEAD Academy. Some of these interventions are things that have emerged from ideas that faculty and staff have shared. So it's great to see that it's not a silo, that there really are
Oh, no.
positive connections that can be made and maximized to improve the outcomes of our students.
Yeah, I can't overstate how collaborative this is. You know, sometimes we'll say partner, but that's really not what we mean. We are collaborators in this. This is a growing thing and we're still building it. We're still looking at what more can we do. Our outbound calls, we're making about 1,000 of those a day, and that is getting ready. We have 6 new workers starting, 6 new social workers starting this coming week. The ability to make calls really quickly is so important, because if they're getting ready to be administratively withdrawn next week, you can't take 10 days to call. That's got to be right now. So, you know, we're able to do it very, very quickly. But that's just one example. We're looking at how do we do the absolute most we can for the colleges and for the students they serve. And to your point about enrollment, we're tracking our part, but we're lining those up to see if we can show an impact. There have been we have a good relationship with the Hackinger Report. There have been a couple of national educational magazines that are interested in the story and interested in how it does impact the student population and how it does ultimately impact enrollment, retention, and degree completion, credential completion.
And just to commend Dr. Zarapata, I think it's probably one of the most effective leadership things, I guess, that he could be involved in and to spearhead for success of our students. So really appreciate that.
Well, we certainly appreciate, I mean, it took you like 4 minutes, maybe, not even, to say, okay, why are we not doing this everywhere? Why are we just doing this in Elizabethtown and Jefferson? Let's do it now. And we moved pretty quick.
So I have a question. So you developed your own EMR to track?
It's our own database. It's built on the Salesforce platform, and it has shield level encryption, the highest level of encryption available through Salesforce.
So you keep track of the services and when to follow up and stuff like that with
So
this
we
database?
keep track of all the data we collect, as well as every touch point. So if we make a call, it's in there. If we refer them to somebody, it's in there. And so when we talk to someone again, we're building on what we already have, instead of saying, well, have we called you in the past, or you called us in the past? What was going on with you? You know, that we don't have to start over.
Okay, that's impressive.
Thank you.
Kathy, I can't thank you enough again for coming in today and sharing your story and sharing our partnership. And I look forward to many, many, many more positive stories going forward. Thanks so much.
Me too. If you have any questions about any of the materials, I'll be here during lunch. So please don't hesitate to stop by and ask me. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one quick update from Hannah. And then we're going to call for a break if everyone's ready for that.
I just want to say something to Kathy. I thought I was doing so well in this meeting without having Amy here, and it was a total miss on my part about the time. And so Kathy was not late. I told her the wrong time. I think it's very obvious she has her stuff together and is never late anywhere. So my apologies.
Like 57 minutes early.
Yeah.
So
thank you for that.
Thank you again. And with that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zarapata. Excellent report this morning and excellent guest speaker. Thank you so very much. Let's all take a brief 5-minute break and then we will resume. Okay, Regents, thank you very much for promptly coming back from our break. What a fantastic presentation that we just received. Everyone really, truly enjoyed the message, and also excellent questions from those regents who asked our guest speaker various questions about the program. What I want to compliment Dr. Zarapata on this particular initiative is it's already happening in a couple of our colleges. And early on in his presidency, one of the things that he said was he will identify things that are working, that are the right thing to do, and he will push them to scale, and they will go out to the 16 colleges. And so, Dr. Zarapata, I just want to, publicly recognize that this is one of those things. And thank you very much for your leadership on that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion of the board's evaluation of itself. And so to kick this one off, I'm going to ask Regent Patsy Jackson to discuss this item. And she is the person on the board who was voluntold that she would lead this effort. So Dr. Jackson, please.
It's difficult to follow the speaker that we just had and make this interesting. I do sing, I don't dance. So maybe myself and he can join forces. So I am going to go over very briefly some of the results of this survey. You do have that in front of you in Onboard as well. I did not list the questions, so those are again available for your review. So I just want to make a couple points. I have glasses on, but that's really small, so I may have to turn around or make that a little bigger, if you don't mind. These are my drive across the country eyes from Montana, so I'm a little blurry. There you go. Thank you so much. We did open this survey on May the 2nd. We did a reminder of this survey on the 16th. So I think we had really good response rate for the survey. This is important information, so I do appreciate Chair Damaris the opportunity to talk about this today and to sort of coordinate this effort. We had lost a regent going off and another one joining us. So rather than 14, you will see we only had 13 eligible to participate in this particular survey. You will see in the document that you have an onboard, 11 actually chose to do the online survey, and we had one regent who sent a Word document. So what I basically did is go through and give you another little word table that shows the additional comments that changed the percentages a little bit from the combining of the online survey as well as the Word survey that I received from a regent. We did come in with 92.3% response rate. I don't know that I've ever had a survey with that, so really appreciate the participation of all the regents. I think you will find as you look through the questions, you look through the actual distribution of responses, that some of the questions were sort of spread out in the particular responses that we received from regents. But I want you to note on the Word document a couple things. Only one question yielded an obvious divide in opinion regarding the board's effectiveness, and that was the first question pertaining to the Board of Regents' involvement in administrative matters. Our work with the board and the system and our president, Dr. Zarapata, in that. And then questions reflected a high degree of satisfaction among regents, and that was 12, 13, and I believe if you scroll over, I think that was 18, pertaining to fiduciary responsibility, board cohesiveness and synergy, which I was really impressed with that, as well as effectiveness of support staff. So I think that really is a shout out to the support staff that supports us in our work in these meetings. So very pleased with that. I just basically highlighted this for you so that you could actually see how the distribution of percentages changed. So again, if you have particular questions, we can talk about those. If not, for just time's sake, I will ask that she go through this to the bottom, to the narrative comments. And I think it backs up. Okay, thank you. So there basically was a sense of satisfaction with the leadership of the board. So I think that speaks to Chair Damaris' leadership. We saw that consistently throughout the responses, how appreciated you really are in the leadership that you have offered this board. Additionally, there is also satisfaction with the open dialogue, I think, as well as the synergy of the board, as I mentioned, and particularly a deeper dive into the policies and relevant policies that need to be in place and reviewed for this board and KCTCS to move forward. In general, the board responses lean to aligning policies, balancing governance and management. I think that does go back to our first question that you saw with the divide of about 50-50. Promoting diversity that seemed to emerge readily throughout several of the responses, as well as ensuring efficiency of meetings and ensuring accuracy of information provided. Everyone in this room realizes that we make very serious decisions that are very impactful for many, many people across this system and this Commonwealth. So I think it is imperative that we receive accurate information. I think that did come out in this particular survey as well. And 22, if you'll scroll down just a little bit, some general comments about engagement in fundraising that seemed to be an area where people maybe felt that we had a greater opportunity to be engaged. A very focused forward movement with evaluation of the president and delineation of the board, not roles relevant to statutory obligations, to make sure that we are kind of staying within our boundaries of what we're supposed to be doing, not moving outside of that. So I think that was a really good reminder for us. Again, my first time doing this, so I don't know if this is the correct way to do it, but they turned me loose. That can sometimes be dangerous, so I did it the way I thought it was best. So I made some suggestions moving forward for this group. Continue to foster the relationship synergy within the board, as this is an obvious strength that we saw through many of the responses. Also, to ensure all members continue to be oriented well so that we really get off to a good start as people enter this board responsibility. Focus on policy review and updates to better align with the current statutes and status and direction of KCTCS. Continue to focus on cultivating a very good, strong relationship with our president, Dr. Zarapata. And you'll have to make it a little bigger, Hannah. I'm sorry, I can't really see that far. Thank you. Consider a thorough review of the board evaluation survey to ensure that the questions are inclusive and aligned with the principles of accreditation that were referenced. This is something I did recommend that we do moving forward. As you will see here, there are questions to be considered when you look at those principles. And we want to make sure that the questions that we're including in this survey are actually measuring what we're aiming to measure. So I think it is a really good idea to review the instrument periodically to make sure that we are actually getting what we think we're getting from that. You can scroll on down, as that was really an excerpt provided for convenience, listing some of those questions to consider. And then the last part really is to ensure that we are actually using this information, that we are documenting that well. You will actually see that last, a specific alignment map algorithm delineating use of the evaluation data needed to demonstrate closure of the loop for utilization of information. As you work through accreditation and you fulfill those either comprehensive standards or core requirements, we want to make sure that we are actually documenting well, not just in pieces, minutes here, an agenda here, but really a closure of the loop to say, this is when we met, what we did with the information, this is a product that came out of it, so that people that are on the outside can actually see that we have a process and that we are following the process that we establish. They do not dictate our process. However, they do dictate that we have one and that we follow it. So that's a very brief summary of this. And again, I think the specifics are provided in onboard, and I will open it for discussion.
I have a question.
Sure.
And a comment. So would it be worthwhile, and I like what you just said there in closing the loop, I'm all about that. Would it be worthwhile if once a year we kind of got a grid or a spreadsheet, and Hannah, that'd probably be really easy to put together from the action items that just said, here was the date, here was the action item, here was the vote. Here's what we've done with that. Maybe, as a review, and do that going into the next board evaluation, just to kind of, because in my mind, I'm like, when did we do that? Oh yeah, I remember we talked about that, or whatever came of that discussion, Can we maybe just kind of wrap it up and put a bow on it before the next evaluation?
I love those, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I love presents, but she can have. Very good. I do think that is a good idea, and that really was the intent of this recommendation, is sort of a crosswalk if you have worked
Yeah,
much
it's
with,
very
the
good.
colleges or programs who are accredited, really to follow from your learning outcomes, program outcomes, all the
Mhm.
activities. It's all kind of in an algorithmic map together. So that would really be the recommendation, so that there is a document or a couple pages of documents that any external person or internal person would be able to access.
I
use.
think this data really lends itself to doing something like that. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the suggestions. That's always, gives us more to think about, but very good. The comment that I have is I think one of the best things that we did this past year, and probably speaks to that synergy and relationship within the board, is that really short but very busy, very thorough retreat that we did back in the fall was excellent. And I think that, just hearing from general counsel and hearing from the staff and from Dr. Zarapata about what we're doing, where we're going, how we fit into all of that, reviewing every year what our fiduciary responsibilities are and our legislative, obligations and our regulatory compliance. I just thought that was fantastic, and I thank you all for doing that, and just would say that was worthwhile. We should try to do that again.
Absolutely. Thank you. Anything else? Well, thank you for the opportunity. I hope you find the information helpful.
Thank you very much, Regent Jackson. Hope all of you appreciate that we picked the right person to to go through this process. And, I really love the suggestions that have come out of this, because Regent Jackson not only is more than capable of helping to conduct a survey, but she brings us back to metrics, accreditation metrics, and how we need to align with those. And even in our self-evaluation, there are ways that we need to align ourselves so that when each of the colleges do go through the accreditation process, that we're following things in tandem in similar fashion. So I really do appreciate your perspective and your lens on this. And by design, you were not given any direction on how to do this, because we knew that you would come back with an excellent report and an excellent set of creative suggestions. For board members to know, the previous reports for these self-evaluations are in the onboard. And so there is an archive of that. If you want to go into the resources section, it has a little file folder icon next to it. You can look at previous year's reports. Do think that Regent Fletcher's suggestion of putting together a matrix is a really, really good suggestion. So at this time, we actually do have an action item where we have to either determine that no recommendations for improvement are needed, or have suggested recommendations for improvement based on the survey results. So I'm going to need to read the motion based on one of those two options.
Chair
And
Damaris.
yes,
I have one question. On question one, wasn't that a little concerning that we've had 2 unsatisfied and 3 needs improvement in regards to avoids administrative matters and maintains emphasis on governance?
would you like to speak to concerns about that?
I just thought that out of all of the survey, that was the only one that kind of jumped out to me that had any negativity about it from the board's perspective. What was your thoughts, Dr. Jackson?
That is one of the reasons that I brought that out and listed that as sort of the divide in opinion of the board, and basically moving forward with our relationship with Dr. Zarapata, kind of as the suggestion on ways to continue to support him as he assimilates and acclimates to this position. So I'm not really sure that I have the answer about how that happens, but that is definitely something that I noted for your consideration.
That's good. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing it out. And it is important, and it is a delicate balance, honestly, to manage. We certainly don't want to be in the weeds and trying to run the day-to-day operations. At the same time, we do want to support our president, and our president is in his first year of presidency. And so there's a lot of talent around the table, and I know that people have been very helpful and supportive in assisting Dr. Zarapata in that fashion. Are there any other comments to that particular item?
I do have, and that's the point I was making about the retreat. We do have a lot of new board members in this group, just here for a year or less. In fact, a couple of the board members, their first meeting with the board was that retreat. And so again, just reiterating at least once a year going through, because honestly, if you don't understand the definition of administrative matters, or you don't understand governance versus administration, that question really doesn't play well. And so that may be one question where we really need to change how the question is asked. And I think if we did, and with more education there, that question probably is not going to look so, I mean, that's bell curve distribution if you look at it, but I think it would look a little more positive than it does there, just based on answering those words.
Well, I think it points out that at one point in time, we probably weren't as engaged as we should be. And I think we have now gotten to that point where we're maybe a little more engaged, than we need to find a happy medium from that perspective.
Yeah.
And I know at times it has warranted that, but I think this is coming from the board itself. So we feel, some people feel that maybe we should try to get back to a happy medium between governance and getting too much into the manager of the day-to-day.
I think that's a good point, a really good point. And I think that Dr. Fletcher's point about the reminder on fiduciary responsibility, and not only to people when they're oriented to the board, but on an annual basis, will really help to further solidify understanding between governance and administration. I believe we have a question from Regent Finan.
Yes, thank you, Chair Damaris. I just wanted to weigh in and agree with Barry. I do think that we do need to find that happy medium for a lot of reasons. We were heavy on the operational administrative. I think they were for the right reasons, but moving forward, there needs to be some type of filter from the board to understand, where do we need to be on various issues. So just wanted to weigh in and throw my support with Barry's comments.
Thank you, Regent Finan. Appreciate that. So that sounds like a suggestion. I think I hear a couple of suggestions. We have a great list provided by Regent Jackson, looking at the survey instrument itself in terms of the questions that are asked, and possibly making some revisions to that. Obviously, understanding the difference between governance and administration. I will lean toward the Honorable Pam Duncan to assist in that matter. Yes.
I think this is very true and very accurate, that for a variety of reasons, we do need to have the board stay away from particular administrative matters. But I think part of your problem, our problem, is that our policies have not really delineated that. Many of the board policies simply reiterate what the statutes say. And I think as we develop those policies and procedures, and then attendant administrative procedures and policies to go with them, I think your role will become clearer and clearer on what is governance and what is administration.
I agree.
He's all decent. So how that he gets the end out of it. But you all.
Thank you, President Acapo. Well said. All right, so it does sound like there are a couple of suggestions here. If I might make a motion, and I'll just read it, and you all can decide if we can get a second, that the KCTCS Board of Regents discuss the 2021-2022 Board Evaluation Report and make suggested recommendations for improvement based on the survey results. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, I know the minutes will capture some of these suggestions, some of which are documented by Regent Jackson, some of which we just talked about. And so as we feed into the next evaluation process, I think that those, as Regent Fletcher has said, those need to be tracked so that we're ensuring that we're doing the improvements that we're talking about today. So may I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Hurdig. And can we call for the vote, please?
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Cox, Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
Of the members present, the vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda, we actually have two action items that we need to entertain. One is relative to the the new salary schedule, and the other is relative to the KCTCS compensation. In order to address each of those action items, I think it's important that I ask Dr. Zarapata and Mr. Buddy Coombs do their presentation first, because their presentation actually encapsulates discussion of both of those items. So we will hear them present first and then entertain the action items individually after that.
Thank you. Chair Damaris, is this on, I think? Okay, great. This is probably one of the most viewed presentations in KCTCS history. We have had a larger version of this that was presented in March. We have whittled it down. I want to thank a lot of people here because this was really a village effort. Buddy and team, Brianna, Kimberly, Joe, Wendy, Lisa, James Lee, our college presidents, the BAT team, our HR peer team, my cabinet. This is a culmination of a lot of input. And so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because I want to get to dialogue on it. So for your consideration here today, we've got three options for a salary increase. We have the salary band, which Chair Damaris just talked about. We're going to propose a 10% increase there. In faculty promotion, we're going to discuss why we think that needs to move to a compensation equity study. This here is the history from 2008 until 2022, the last of which was 2000 or 2%. Or actually, I think there's a final row on there that's not showing. That was the 5% one-time payment. But as you can see, we have not had a recurring salary increase since 2017, 2018. That's a long time, folks. We've had a lot of people really struggling, doing a great job, and we deserve to do something. And the board knows this, and we've talked about this for a better part of the year. So here.
So there are several opportunities in the board required reserves. There is a KCTCS policy out there, and it's basically that first bullet point. A budget reserve will be budgeted annually by the KCTCS Board of Regents. That's the extent of that document. So basically, we did some research and looking at GASB standards and other institutions. A common goal here is to 3 to 6 months of expenses. And the low end of a budget reserve would cover at least one payroll cycle. So for KCTCS, our current budget reserve, it's right around $13.2 million. Forgot the number right now. It would actually cover, we're on the low end, which would cover at least one full payroll for KCTCS. So bottom line, there's some discussion is do we need to, how does the board actually move forward with, our required reserves? We're going to, our plan is to get our BAT team together, discuss the items and get a little bit better policy and procedure in how the board reserves are actually decided each fiscal year.
Thank you, Buddy. I think it's important. One of the things Chair Damaris brought up is why 3%. And when Buddy and I kind of looked at each other and we didn't know. And so as we went back, it's not in it's not in our policies and procedures. It was something that was settled on 5-6 years ago. And it's ranged anywhere from, I think, 1% to 3%, right? So right now, the recommendation's at 3%. I don't know that we know enough yet to make that change into any other number.
Thank you, Dr. Zarapata, and thank you for pointing that out, because, you know, we have heard sort of historically that it was within the board's purview to designate the allotment for reserve, and that is statutorily correct. But I think we've sort of heard this 3% number almost as if it was in the statute or somewhere in the policy, and it never was. And so it's important for board members to know that this is part of our fiduciary responsibility, and it is something that we need to consider annually as we discuss and look to pass the annual budget. I'm comfortable that, you know, what Dr. Zarapata is proposing is to leave it at the 3%. That's where it has been. But I would encourage this board as we go forward into next year to more actively work with Dr. Zarapata and his team to determine what, you know, the organization feels is the right amount of funds to hold in reserve. Glad to hear we can hit one payroll, but doesn't make anybody feel warm and fuzzy going forward, and there may be necessary to have a different formula. So thank you for indulging in that, and thank you, Mr. Coombs, for doing the research, because that number kept sticking in my head, 3%, and I didn't know where it came from.
And I do think it's going to be, you know, as we talk about workshops, that sounds like it might be a, you know, risk workshop where we're looking at, there's a lot of things happening in the economy right now that quite frankly keep me up at night. It's not necessarily just the stock market, it's the world in general, supply chain. A lot of things could change in the next 6 to 12 months where we may have to seriously reconsider looking at that percentage. So, and I think it's gonna warrant our attention. It keeps me up at night, I'll tell you that right now.
Private sector standpoint, you should always have at least a month's operating funds in reserve to get by with. I think that would be a good target, 1 month's budget.
Thank you, Barry. All right, I'm going to move on with this. So we've got 3 options. I think everybody knows these 3. They've probably got them in their heads right now. This is going to be impossible for the public watching this on YouTube to see. It's going to be a little difficult for our people sitting around the table to see. What it shows you is what Buddy has learned how to do famously is his scatter plots. And so as Buddy and I spent lots of personable time together over the last 3 months here and looking over these things, poring over them, it started to become blatantly evident that the only thing we were doing to address compression was lifting it. There was not much going on with this. And so when you take a flat percentage, this is option 1. This made lots of people unhappy. And what this was years of service in position, but it didn't take into account anybody that made lateral moves and maybe didn't get a salary increase. And so I've probably got 95, 100 emails of, you know, hate mail that said, no, don't do this option 1. And so, okay, fine. So option 1 was the 19.298 million. It had what was called a compression component to it. And really at the end of the day, what I think we're doing is guessing. And without doing a formal analysis, it's an educated guess, but it's a guess. And I don't think that's the best way to do this. With option 2, people that have been here for a long time love this one, because this is years in service with KCTCS regardless of position. And so it does award those that have been with us for a long time. It's also very expensive. That was a 23.275 million price tag on that. Option 3, which became very evident to Buddy and I, as long as we can get your approval to do 2 things, an equity analysis and put in an equity policy. I know Pam has got, I don't know if you want to talk about the equity policy or analysis right now. I know you've done a couple of good one-sheeters.
Right. You do have your 3x3, so please review that. And if you have questions, please ask me.
Great. So option 3, this is our preferred choice. I won't read this to you. This allows us to hold some funds back to address equity once this analysis comes back. When those typically come back, you're going to get a prioritized list by risk. And so there's going to be rank 1, 2, and 3. Rank 1 are the things you can get sued over and lose lots of money over. That's the stuff that you have to take care of immediately. 2 and 3, 2 is usually something that has immediacy to it. 3 is something that you can typically schedule over time. And so what we're going to need to do, we need to take into account a few things. We need to take into account length of service. I think that's important. James Lee has hammered that home to me. Length of service needs to be rewarded, but also merit. I mean, people need to be rewarded for what they're doing, not just not just for how long they're here. But that's going to take a formula. That's going to take a deliberate approach to really analyze all this data. There's companies that do this all the time. I just saw a really, really good study that happened. The California state system had one done. There's a lot of them that are out there. So I'm not worried at all that we're going to find someone good to do this and do this in a decent amount of time. The other part, unfortunately, falls on Pam and dumps a lot of stuff on her area, which is that policy around compensation. That's how do we not get into this mess again, where we've got all this compression sitting at the bottom. At the end of the day, 7 across the board is going to change people's lives. We've had a lot of people here that have done a lot of work. Not a whole lot of, it's been tough. I think our people deserve it. This is what I would lobby for. I think this makes the most sense financially. I know this is what our presidents are supporting. And, it's the right thing to do, in my opinion. I'm hopeful that you all will take action on that today. This is the 3-option comparison. Again, options 1 and 3 kind of similar. Option 2, because of the length and service component, is significantly more expensive. So the salary schedule, one of the questions I got after the March meeting was, how'd you come up with 10%? And I was like, ooh. And so I had to go back. And so I started peeling apart. I'm like, well, all right, let's look at the cost of living index. I finally backed my way into 10%. But anyway, thankfully, Heather and Buddy were able to save me. And, okay, well, this is how it got done. So this is actually from the Higher Education Price Index, and it's 10.2% is how it's increased. What we're wanting to do is move the middle, which is called market, and the maximums up 10%. This isn't going to do anything for our current employees. This gives wiggle room to our larger colleges to be able to offer those higher salaries in high demand areas. And so it's not a random number. What we're proposing is 10%, and we have not moved this since 2017. So it's been a long time, and a lot's changed since then. This is in your notes. This has also it's been recorded online, so I won't walk through these things. This is just showing the 10% increase. One thing I will point out is that on the bands here with staff salary schedule, we have moved the minimums of bands 1, 2, and 3 above the poverty line. And so, Jesse, can you explain again the index that we used for that? I know you're the one who brought it to the table.
Yes.
Please do.
So one of the fundamental features that we're using to gauge whether or not KCTCS should be supporting specific internship programs. Now, this could be debated all day long because you have childcare and long-term care apprenticeships that often fall below a family supporting wage. So what we've done is in each region, the apprenticeship coordinators are tasked with looking at the family resource wage calculator, which is housed on Kentucky Center for Statistics website, and they're looking really to see whether or not that pathway would support a single parent with a child under 5 needing childcare. So going back to all the points that Kathy made earlier, it's not enough to just look at that poverty level. We need to really look at what it would take to support one child in a single parent household. So I brought this up at one of our cabinet meetings that we really need to look and see, how many folks do we have in the system that are below that rate that are not making currently a living wage at KCTCS.
Thank you, Jessica. I will point out that, Hannah was the one that made me aware of this. This impacts about 70 people, I think it was, across the system roughly. And so we will take care of those if they haven't been already. And all of our presidents were made aware. They've made corrections. We're in good shape there. Last part here is faculty promotion. And the suggestion here is since 2005, we've had a $500, $1,000, and $1,500 tier for 10-month faculty. And so it makes sense. Yeah, well, we probably need to change that. It's been 17 years. So But the recommendation of to add 500 was it's just a round number. And so we really need, as part of this equity study, we want to have them also take a look, what is that right number? Going from, is it 500, is it 600? We just don't know what it is. And I think we'd be guessing, and I think it would do our faculty the most service if we actually take an approach to this and look at the facts and look at the data and figure out what other institutions are doing, and let's do that. So this piece here, we're not looking for any action, but we would, as part of the equity study that we'd like to do, this would be a component of it. So next steps, June of 2022, we're hopeful to get an equity study RFP released. That might be a little aggressive. It might be July 1st. So in July 1, if you all approve an annual increase, we pay in arrears. So it would be effective July 1st. It would show up on the July 30th paycheck. September 22nd, a progress update would be given on the equity study. In October, and I'll talk about this in a little bit when I talk about my proposed goals, we're going to be tying a benefits preference study to open enrollment. And so that's going to get us almost 100% participation. We are modeling it after something that they did of the University of Wisconsin system. And so that's going to be done in October. We'll be working with that new vice president to take action on those items. If we move to, if you could scroll down. Oh, it's on, sorry, got it. In December, the compensation policy, we're hoping to have that completed and voted on. March would be a final report on the equity study presented with prioritized implementation plan. In June, and perhaps prior to that, we've got to take it based on how these things are identified in the equity study. We'll take that approach in a prioritized manner. That's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, appreciate everybody's input on this. This has been a long road, kind of putting together a lot of things. I know Lisa and James Lee in particular have seen this probably more times than they've wanted to. So thank you.
What questions do you all have?
Dr. Zarapata. So the questions that I keep getting from faculty, especially concerning the salary schedule and the change there, if we are not moving the minimum, or maybe the justification for why we are not moving the minimum at 10% as well, because you have faculty who are hired in at low, they never, even if they get to F4, they are never going to make more than that, ever.
I think that needs to be part of that equity analysis too. And also because if we did that right now, that's going to add a bunch of money to what we're doing already, which is already, a $19.8 million bump. So that's why. But I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
I have a question, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple. In the previous meeting, when we were presented the options and when we began to add options, we had other questions with that. We did a vote on the 500 one time. And of course, some of us did not vote for that. Coming from the understanding in that presentation that would actually lower the amount of money in the pot, so to speak, or in the bucket that could be distributed through these increases. Did that 500, the amount that would have totaled, go back into a general fund?
Yeah, it was never held in reserve to my knowledge. So yeah, it was always in the general fund. Mm-hmm. It's just if you'd have taken action, we would have had to take it out.
Okay. Yeah, because from that presentation, I voted against that with the understanding that freed up more money to be rolled into this bucket of money to consider greater raises. So I want to make sure that we do not lose that 500, because then I would like to retract my vote, because my understanding, and I'm just kidding, I know I can't do that, but my understanding was that would benefit the faculty staff increases at a later point in history to the base versus a one-time 500.
Again, that's why we want to hold some, some things back in the tank, not just for the equity analysis, but like I said, with all the uncertainty in the world right now, I think it's good to have something in the tank.
Okay, thank you. And just a couple more, if I may. When you talk about the promotions, with the increase in that and that being considered in this study, will there also be sort of a review of the actual process to ensure that all of our colleges are consistent in how they consider people for promotion? because I think they're working with faculty. There is definitely some variance as to how faculty are considered for promotion. So there may be faculty that are achieving it at some colleges, and then they will say, well, my colleague didn't get his or hers down in another college.
I would have to say that might be out of scope of an equity study, but it is something that we could take on.
Yeah,
through
it wouldn't be
Faculty
part of the
Senate.
study, but could it be addressed, I guess, sort of at the same time to make sure, or afterwards, that we're actually
Yes.
maximizing the benefit of those increases fairly? So that there's
Chancellor
parity.
Williams is scribbling quickly right now.
So that there's parity in
yeah, I
that
think we can
process.
definitely take a look at that.
As well as the individual salary base. And I brought this up before, and I just want to remind us, as we start to talk about compression and looking at years of service, et cetera, is the merit piece of that, which is, again, those are people who increased their salary base years ago when we actually gave recurring merit. I mean, you added that 1,000 or 1,200 or whatever that would have been to the base salary of people who were rated as EE. So that is not really the base. So if they are up here and someone coming in new is down here, and you say, well, you're already making this in the band, I'm not going to raise you, but I'm going to raise this person. You know, we are negating the fact that these people actually increased because of a meritorious performance. That is not really part of a base, even though it is performing as a base on their salary. Those people went above and beyond for your college. So to me, it's almost punitive to ignore that and bring these people up. You see what I'm saying, or am I not making myself clear? I don't know if that can be looked at separately, but
I'm
I
going to
hope
call
that we
him,
will.
yeah, I'll call him Pam in just a second, but I will, this is there's no intelligence built into this current proposal. It's just a flat across the board. I understand what you're saying. We don't have the metadata to take a look at that and say, okay, this is why this person was moved up. I mean, I think you could maybe once you dive deeper in there, but Pam, looked like you had something to say.
Right. So on the 3x3, excuse me, it kind of gives you a general overview, but to dive a little bit deeper into that, they're going to be looking in the equity study at positions, individuals in those positions, qualifications that those individuals have, protected classes. So there will be a lot of components to the equity analysis. In conjunction with that, the compensation policy will ensure that there aren't these one-offs where people say, hey, because we don't have a compensation policy, but we need this person, let's figure out what strange title to give them and what money to pay them, because the compensation policy will be how you begin. It will be the base level of what you can and cannot do. So the equity analysis will look at what's currently out there, what has happened in the past. So for instance, the 500, 1,000, 1,500 increase for us seems, for the faculty, seems to be based on nothing in particular other than drawing something out of the hat. Other colleges and universities in their policies will often link it to a percentage, and they will have various factors associated with those percentages. So it might be 7% of your particular pay, not necessarily just a flat 500 for everyone. And what was your pay based on? Well, it was based on your qualifications, the need for that position. Is it a hard to fill position? So all of those things will go into the compensation policy, and they will reflect some of the things that we find in the equity analysis.
And that's encouraging. I really appreciate that, because I know we're talking about the actual dollars in this, but I think there are things that need to happen simultaneously to ensure that we do not arrive at this place again. And part of that is, I think, Regent Fletcher has brought this up several times, and that is the difference or the variance in positions, for example, because someone may be doing the same job in 16 colleges, but maybe titled differently, so they may receive more pay for a particular title. So I think there does need to be some clarity in defining what positions are and bringing some uniformity to that to ensure that we are not replicating another disparity. That makes sense.
Right, and that's what the equity analysis is all about. If you haven't adjusted how you provide compensation, and you just go ahead and lift everyone up, Buddy and I spoke very frankly when he began this process, and he said, yeah, you're just lifting up the problem. But basically, 20 years ago, there was no firm Lilly Ledbetter Act. There were a lot of things that were not in place or were not being applied appropriately for gender disparities, underrepresented minority disparities. And so if you had people who were hired 18 years ago, if those disparities were bad then, if you just lift everyone up, then the disparities just get worse. And that's why the equity analysis.
Thank you, Chair Damaris. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe.
It looks like we have another question. Regent Herdig.
In our planning meeting last month, I brought up the concern of layoffs due to giving raises, which options could possibly lead to that. And I was told that college presidents have control of their budgets, basically being in control of if someone were laid off because of this, the college president. Could we have any college presidents talk that might have fears of layoffs at their colleges due to these changes? Speak to that. Is that okay? Yeah. Chair.
Yes.
Certainly, we would love to hear from the college presidents if anyone would like to speak to that question. I think we got one. We got a winner. Yes, if you would please. Yeah. Thank you. And so for the viewing audience, the question is, and the concern is, with any of the three options that this board may vote on, would there possibly be layoffs as a fallout for the president to meet his or her budget?
I think with the third option, the very expensive one, that would certainly be a concern for us. And I'm only speaking for Somerset right now. This year, we've laid in that budget and we've actually done planning based on what could happen here. So we're pretty well set for this coming year. But I think in the future, anything we're guessing past next year is going to be dependent on a lot of variables that we just can't control right now. So enrollment's up right now, could be down next year at the same time. We could be having different problems with programs. We could have a significant issue with or a costly item on campus that would cause a lot of those changes to take place. But at this point, we feel very confident that the raises that you have in front of you will be very doable.
So just to make sure I clarify, when you said the very expensive option, were you referring to option 2, which was the 23.275 million? Okay. Yeah. Because the option that Dr. Zarapata
is option 3.
Is option 3, and that's at 19.874. Right. And so what I'm hearing you say is you've planned for that within your budget.
We did, and I'm pretty sure I can say most of my colleagues have done the same thing.
Great, great. Dr. Handy?
And while Dr. Handy's coming up here, I failed to mention, because it wasn't in the presentation, that we are recommending an employment date as of March 31st of 2022 is the effective date for this raise.
Thank you, Dr. Zarapata. Dr. Handy.
So the hardest thing I've ever done in my career is when I took this job 6 years ago. I laid off 101 filled positions within 3 months of getting on the job. 18% of the workforce, 1 of every 5 people working at Jefferson was laid off, and Pam's shaking her head yes. Very, very difficult, very, very necessary to get the college back on track. I'm pleased to say today we're back on track. The flip side to that is over the last several weeks, I'm fielding 3 to 4 resignations a week of employees who are not getting compensated where they need to be compensated. And they're looking at these inflation numbers and they're going, I can't afford to stay. I'll go do whatever outside of my chosen field because I got to make ends meet. It's a trade-off. It's not a comfortable trade-off. Every organization in the world has to make those sorts of adjustments every now and then. But if we don't treat our stars, our backbone of what we do right, we're going to pay for that in the long run. And layoffs won't be a problem because the employees won't be there to fill the jobs. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's my biggest challenge right now. It's not the fear of layoffs. It's keeping good people.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Handy. Well said.
Dr. Handy, will you stay there? I have a question for you.
Oh, and I have a couple other presidents
They'll
queuing
tell you
up.
I always have an answer.
Yeah, well, and I have, working with you in the Rock, I have learned that for myself. So no fears over there. No, I really appreciate your perspective, and you always bring a different perspective to the conversation. So I thank you for that. kind of to dovetail the previous question, do you see moving the bands, moving the market, moving the upper level of the band or the top of the band? You know, I keep saying, and this is, let me digress, but I keep saying, I don't want to move the bands. I want to move the people within the bands. Because to me, that aligns with what you're saying. We need to keep our best and brightest. We need to be able to compensate people who have been around and have not been fairly compensated perhaps in the past to make sure we can keep them. But if we keep moving the targets, we're never moving the people. And that's what Regent Whitten has, you know, said. So as someone who did have to come in, make those hard cuts, right size your organization for whatever reason, do you think moving the bands hurts or helps?
So I think it's, I'm going to say it helps in this sense. It helps because a rising tide sort of floats all ships. And if we can't bring in people at a fair salary, we're crippling ourselves. But when we do bring them in, then I owe it to the existing folks to do an equity look at where they are. And I am making adjustments based on those hard to fill positions. May not be as dramatic as some people would like because we have limited resources. But we don't really have a choice to say we offer 65-degree programs at Jefferson and 4 of them can't be offered because we can't find somebody to fill a faculty role to teach those programs. So we need those bands to be flexible enough, either raised or some additional flexibility in those bands to help us make those initial appointments. The other thing that happens, it's sort of like income taxes. You get this bracket creep over time as people mature in their jobs, and we're trying to find ways to pay them better. We've been what do they call it? What's the term, Pam? Rezoning them into higher bands. And now we're winding up with these crunches in the bands. And some of that is designed to get them more salary while the existing bands don't have the flexibility to let us do that. And so there's been this, I think all of us have probably been as creative as we can be to try to make sure that we're compensating people enough that we're not losing them. By the same token, over time, that creates inequity. The perfect reason for having a study like this. Now, I'll be honest and say, we're all doing it ourselves, 16 colleges, so chances are, I don't think there's going to be some firm come in here and have the algorithm that fixes the problem because it's worse at this school, better at this school, so forth and so on, or it's different at this school than it is at this college. And that's going to be so to have a formulaic algorithm to fix this probably doesn't work. We'll probably need 17 algorithms, probably.
Well, and that's a good point, Dr. Handy, because Heather Humphreys, the compensation specialist at the system office, and I have had lengthy discussions about this. We believe that this compensation equity analysis will be almost like doing 17 or even 18 different equity analysis. So you will look at they will look at each college, they will look at the system office, and then they will look at the system as a whole. So we should not believe that when we get a compensation policy and the equity analysis and get it all together, that every college will be treated the same, because there will be geographical differences, there will be market differences, there will be cost of living increases that will be a little bit different. But what we will have then is a compensation policy that alleviates that burden of creativity, so to speak. It creates an automatic equity analysis for those people who are already in the band that need to be moved up when somebody else comes in. It creates the mechanism for a continual look at what is happening with employees and for adjusting them so that, again, we don't get back into this situation because we haven't had the mechanisms in place.
I think the two most important things that I would ask the board to really consider, one is this is a year for an across-the-board increase. We're losing people all across the entire spectrum of the college, and to not endorse this sort of thing, I think, is problematic. It's going to make things worse. And then secondly, we need a sustained plan for making annual increases. We just can't have this feast or famine practice. I think there's been 6 salary increases in the history of the system. We can't, and those have been significant ones. If we would just do the same and do 2-3%, whatever we're able to do each year, that would show our employees so much more opportunity, give them so much more faith that we're going to be treating them right going forward. So it's not a 1 year. Well, and I think next year, because this 7% sort of punts that a little bit, kicks the can on the compression, a large portion of what we do next year needs to be compression oriented. And that's just, we're going to take 2 years isn't going to fix our problem, but we can address a lot of it in those 2 years. And I would just encourage the board to think about how we make sure we're budgeting, even if it results in some pain points for a few colleges, in making sure we're offering sustainable increases that are as close to the cost of living increase as possible.
Dr. Handy, I want to thank you for that statement.
Okay.
And the reason why I think it's incredibly important is because, and this board has heard me say this several times, it's a philosophical change and shift in thinking. We absolutely have to plan for what that salary line item is going to look like. It is the biggest line item in all of your budgets, but it is the most valuable piece of the entire institution, and that is the human capital. I had some experience in my previous life working in other environments, actually union environments, where there were certain things baked in to contracts, you know, and at the end of the day, because those contracts were in place, we had to figure out how to do it. I'm not proposing that that be the philosophy for KCTCS, but what I am proposing is a budgetary philosophy that puts people, human capital, our most valuable asset first. And I think that's what I hear. What I hear you saying is, let's commit on an annual basis to preserving that capital.
In the budgeting process, that ought to be what we're fighting the most for.
Exactly.
Because that's the reason we're successful.
Thank you, Dr. Handy.
I have a quick question. Dr. Handy. So do you think the 7%, you and the other presidents think the 7% will put a Band-Aid on it and stop the bleeding for right now?
I think if people are out hunting right now, it may not do that, but it sends a very strong message that the board is taking a different look at salary increases, especially if it comes with the commitment to a compression study. And I don't necessarily mean that you have to act on this, but just an understanding that we're going to start really thinking about salaries and annual increases as opposed to quad annual increases or whatever we've had.
And I'd add to that we have primarily followed, the state's lead on our increases, which, I know the universities will be coming out with their salary increases, which will be lower than this significantly, probably between 2 and 3%.
Public school systems will be slightly lower too, but they've been giving them every year.
That's the thing that we have not been doing. Even if we had given 1% increases, we wouldn't be in the pickle that we're in right now.
Yeah, if we give this, then over the time that I've been here, we will have averaged almost 2% per year. Why weren't we just doing that?
Right.
And instead of doing
We
it
agree.
once in 6 years. Yeah. So
We
I
agree.
think I want to thank Paul for really sort of starting that discussion with us as well. And as we transition the budgeting process, I think you got the right person to look at that.
I think we have been remiss because when this first started was when state government really cut our funding. And that's when the bleeding from the tops started. And I don't think we have accurately recovered from that as a board. And I think we are showing now to the presidents that we are actively going to fix this. And the equity and the compression issue is going to be addressed in the year to come.
So I thank you all very much for considering.
Thank you, Dr. Handy. Regent Whitten, you had a question or comment?
And actually, Dr. Handy, if you wanted to stay up there, or even the other presidents who.
I believe you've been
it's a
unofficially
hot
elected the
mic today.
representative.
I know
yeah.
myself, and eventually I say something I regret.
Remember your
It's-
PPEs next month.
Exactly.
Well, it's more in the vein of faculty who you were talking about the initial appointments, right? And this is going to help with some of that.
And it's not just faculty. We're losing
Right, and
staff
staff,
at the
right.
same pace. Yeah.
But my question is, it has been common practice among all of the 16 that we have historically hired in at low, are we going to stop that process?
Sorry, hire what?
Hired in at low instead of market or,
So that's not
unless
true
there's a
across all the
need,
colleges. I
but
think
for the
different
majority.
colleges have had different philosophies on that. So.
We
so-
have to
so-
stop
so-
it.
So Bluegrass would be an example of an institution that has done it. At Jefferson, we rarely hire in at the minimum. Okay,
Well,
we've been
and-
hired in higher, and I've done some equity adjustments in my
Based
time
on
here.
your
And
area.
that's why when you go through and do this compression study, you might see worse differences or more stark differences at some colleges and at others because of just the different philosophy and how you manage that.
Sure,
Right.
and being at a rural college, but we have faculty, I have faculty who teach business who live in Gateway's district. Why are they still driving to Maysville? I have an excellent math teacher at Licking Valley. I'm not gonna call her out by name because I would embarrass her, but she's in Bluegrass. How do we keep those great people there? If we can only offer that low.
But I'll give an example, something as simple as the $500 proposal for an increase in promotion for faculties would have caused me, and not that I don't want it to happen,
Sure.
but I've got to go 4 years back
Right.
to raise people's pay to keep all 4 years from being at the exact same,
Right.
from the newest people from making more
Mhm.
than the people because we haven't had a pay raise in 4 years.
Right.
So it creates more compression. And we need a solution to a study that helps to alleviate that problem over the long term instead of exacerbating.
And that is exactly where my question about changing the band minimum and maximums comes from. Because what I heard you very clearly say just a few minutes ago, you need more flexibility to do what you need to do within the bands, not necessarily to change the bands or to elevate the mean and the maximum. Right or wrong?
So we have a few folks who are bumping up against the maximums within their band, and that is a small issue. So I'd like to see the maximum stretched a little. It really is that midpoint because we use that as the highest point that we can bring somebody in at. And if those are artificially low, then we're costing ourselves. We have permanently open positions. I remember the nursing presentation from a meeting a couple meetings ago we had where they have positions that have been open for 365 days. We do too because we're not able to fill this advanced manufacturing role at a level that we can bring people in at. So we need that. I'll be honest, it's really not the low end of the band. We all recognize now we need to be hiring in where we have to be hiring in. We need help in that mid-range of the band and the upper end.
I just want to make sure, and
That
again,
doesn't
I'm
change,
slow,
that doesn't
so
change that. Changing those bands, the only thing it really does for us is gives us a little more flexibility to bring people in at a higher rate. If we don't change the bands, we're still locked in for that. It's we don't use those bands scientifically in that sense. It's not like it's you must bring in at the low.
it just worries me that we're not addressing the pain points for the people who are already here, who have been here for years. And I just keep, and I bet if I open my phone right now, I have 3 text messages
Sure, I
saying,
probably do
I'm
too.
going to die without ever hitting the median.
Well, and that's the
Or
purpose.
never
going to
get to the market.
That's the purpose of the compression study.
But
So
I don't want to see compression. And I feel like, and again, I'm slow. Y'all have to, I don't math. So you have to help me here. But how is this not going to result in another compression issue 3 years from now, 4 years from now? I feel like we just keep, and you said, rising tides float all ships, but
Sure.
Well, we have not had a compensation policy in place. I think
Right.
that's what stems this for new hires.
so
The equity analysis will hopefully correct everybody else that you're speaking of.
And are we going to be
Right.
able to afford it when we see how inequitable we really are? Because I think,
Well, I think
I'm
as
afraid of
as
what that's
Buddy
going
and
to
I,
look like.
as Buddy and I have gone through these scatter plots, it
I see
varies.
Buddy. I mean, Buddy and I are on the same page here.
Yeah, I mean, there are some colleges where it's worse than others. But there are others, when you look at these curves, people have been much better over the last 2 years of not hiring at the minimum. And so, but yes, there's problems. I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Well,
Dr.
and another
Zarapata.
thing that I want this board, and I'm not here much longer, everybody's going, yay. But for those who are going to be around for a few more years, just remember this conversation because I think you're going to be having it again. But the other thing I think we've really got to look at is those positions that are 360 days unfilled or 365 unfilled. is there a way to get creative with consolidation of programming and, you know, allow your best and brightest Regent Jackson to teach 100 nursing students in that same course over 3 or 4 colleges instead of just her one, if that's what it comes to? You know, I'm not wishing that on you, by the way, Patsy, but I'm just saying, again, we need to be thinking not only creatively about how we're going to pay people, but how we are going to fill those positions or cover those positions that we cannot fill otherwise. So just remember you heard it here, I guess, is
Thank
what I'm
you.
saying. I'm
Regent
afraid
Green-
we're kicking a can.
Regent Green, and then I know we got Justin back there, had his hand up.
I had a comment and a question, and I think we've discussed this before, and things will change if we're looking at remote work and things like that. You know, we'll have to look at the salary schedule in a different way if we're looking at location, you know, where the person lives and how much their living expenses are versus the actual geographic location of the campus. But I wanted to ask, have we ever looked at doing like regional salary schedules based on demographics, to where we don't have a one size fits all? I know we try to find.
It's been discussed. I don't know that
Okay.
we've ever seriously considered it. Do you?
And I don't know if that's something that would be doable or something that would be considered, but as we're having these conversations and, you know, we're needing our presidents to have the flexibility on the front end and on the back end. It's just something that I wonder, you know, because we've got so many different needs with each of the colleges. So,
Well, Mercer did a study. This is just one example that I looked at where they did just that. They separated the salary schedule, I think, into 3. It wasn't very scientific, but they broke it down based on some parameters, and it was rural, you know, kind of mid-sized, and then urban, and they had different salary schedules for each. I mean, that's something that we can certainly ask them to look at.
and I just wanted to say I appreciate you both and all the work that you've done. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work. I appreciate the presidents and their feedback. I'm glad that Joe asked the question. I was actually going to ask the same thing about what the president's input was for this. But thank you for your work with the colleges, the CFOs, the budget analysts. I know the people at the colleges have been crunching the numbers too, trying to get ready for the next year. So
every email I'd send down to Buddy, I could hear a scream
yes.
back in his office.
So thank you both. Like, you know, Patsy said, I'm very encouraged by these studies and by the direction the board is moving in. And I hope that speaks to the employees who are watching, who are listening, that they feel that we are taking action. We're not just talking about it. So I'm very encouraged to serve on this board with everyone who wants to move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very important. I believe we did let Dr. Handy sit down.
I think he sneaked away.
Poor Dr. Handy. Is there any other president who has a burning desire to come up and address this board on this topic?
Justin had his hand up.
I believe Dr. Pate has a burning desire to address this.
We'll call it a warm desire.
Okay, this one's going to be our last one. Other college presidents, here's your representative.
Just real quick, one thing, and you all have already alluded to it, but, we've got 2 issues, short-term and long-term, that we need to look at. Short-term, we absolutely believe that the most we can give to our people across the board raises is warranted. We're going to work to find a way to, accomplish that. Everyone deserves it. But then moving forward, the piece that Ty was talking about that annual commitment, and Chair Damaris, you mentioned it. When we look to the 10-year future, if we are able to do that, in 10 years, we will have much less of a compression problem than we do now. That is the piece that I think we've been missing. We are in such a bad compression issue because of the years of no raises. 10 years from now, if we have found a way to 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever it is annually to keep moving forward, that's going to minimize any compression issues into the future. So as we're addressing short term with this budget and what we're able to do with a massive increase, I think that following that with that commitment to do something annually, maybe not on the highest end that we possibly can, but just enough to where we can keep some reserve for the following year, whatever that means, just to keep it continuous. Then all those people who come in, no matter what level they come in, are continually progressing. And then, with those midpoints being higher, that matters to people because the midpoint may stop at a pay raise at some point. If the midpoint's higher, they keep rising. The key being culturally, we have to change the annual commitment to doing that. If we do that, then people will continue to rise. All people will continue to rise. You know, merit bonuses, all these things that we've discussed, these things are coming up because we're coming from a period of no raises for a very long time that has exacerbated these issues. If we are annually committing to this, 10 years from now, we won't have the enormity of the issues that we have today. So I think that's the other piece to keep in mind, that we're not going to solve everything in one budget cycle. We're not going to solve everything in 2 budget cycles. It's going to take a long-term commitment to solving this in every budget cycle. So as long as we're thinking about the short and long term, I think the presidents feel really good about what we're doing. I hope our employees will feel really good about what we're doing. And if we prove it to them over the course of the next 3 to 5 years, then I think we are going to be in a really, really good place in the Commonwealth and in KCTCS.
Thank you, Dr. Pate. Appreciate that.
Dr. Pate, could I make one comment really quickly to your comment? It's not a question.
And then I'm going to move us on to motion.
Okay. Well, I think this is important.
Yeah.
So I would like just a second to speak to it. And that is not only the quantifiable things that we're talking about with the money, but I want to be on record to remind us that it is going to involve a stepwise process, which means we commit to making positive change year after year so that's here. The other part of that is the HR piece. I'm not the expert, that would be my colleague here, but that is a moral imperative. It's not just the numbers. It is the policy. It is the HR procedure. Our presidents have a lot of flexibility, as they should, to make decisions based on the geographical area where they are, the situation, the culture, the community where they serve. But we are a system, and there should be some standardization of positions and things like that. I've been with this system almost 30 years, and I can attest and bring out emails from 20 years ago. There are things that happen in these colleges that, in my opinion, we cannot do moving forward and survive as a system. We do not put people in positions and then create the job description after the person is hired. Those kinds of things cause issue. They cause disparity, and there are thousands of employees within this system that communicate with one another. So they know from one end of this Commonwealth to the other what people make, what their job duties are, how they got in the position they are in. So I just remind us to please think about that moving forward, that it is not just the money. You know, we really appreciate this. I'm so glad we're having this discussion and appreciate the leadership of this board and Dr. Zarapata in committing to making a positive impact and difference. Appreciate the president's commitment that this is an important issue now, but it is also a stepwise solution that we will continue to work on it. But it, again, is in the background that we have to move policy with it to ensure that there is parity and there is similarity, you know, and it is comparable across the state, because it is extremely unfair for some people to get opportunity and other people not get opportunity when, you know, that we're a system. We need to have this from one end of this state to the other, that people understand and that the target is not moving, so that people really know what ballgame they're playing in, what the rules of the game are. I think that can only serve to strengthen this system and hopefully prevent us from being in this deep of a conversation about this in the future.
Thank you, Regent Jackson. Excellent. Dr. Zarapata, I think you can sit down.
Thank you.
Chair Damaris, if maybe not, hold on.
All right, I said that was the last one.
Well, you and I had a conversation prior to the meeting just about the idea and the different options.
Right.
And we talked about the rollout and then, of course, the necessity of the equity study, but the rollout of it. And could you speak to that? Because we talked about having 4,000 employees, and when the first one is evaluated in that equity study, the clock starts, correct?
Yes, yeah. This is a point that actually Regent Whitten and I talked about. And this will probably go toward General Counsel Duncan in working with the finance area. I think that what I want to ensure is, as we're making any needed adjustments, particularly those that are related to opportunities that present risk to the organization. So to state bluntly, discrimination and other things like that, that if we make a change to somebody on, like, I'm going to pick a date, September 30th, and then we find that same risk somewhere else, but we don't find it till December 30th, I think we need to be fair to people, that the person who gets an adjustment on September 30th gets more pay, right, than if you just made the adjustment on December 30th to the other person. So I think that as you consider this, as you're looking through the equity study and making adjustments, you determine the starting point for those adjustments.
Well,
And
and that could open us up to legal risk as well.
exactly.
So, I mean, we'd be almost doing worse things by doing that.
By being inequitable in that perspective. So yes, we did talk about that, and I'm sure that would be addressed appropriately. But
Pam may know different.
Mm-hmm.
In what I've read a whole bunch about these studies. I've not personally been really a part of one. I've been on the side with the last couple that have happened here at KCTCS, but it looks like they group them up for the same effective dates. I don't think it's as I find one, I make the adjustment. I believe they're grouped up. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and that's
Right.
that's what I'm calling for. Yeah.
And that's exactly right. I mean, there are going to be large groups of individuals that will be looked at. So it will be, and Karen and Molly are here, they've experienced these equity analyses before. But basically, they're going to be looking at a lot of different things all at once. And then as these groupings come in, they will make recommendations, give a final report on certain statuses, certain job classifications, et cetera. So it's not going to necessarily be a creeping along of one position, one position, one position. It's going to be large groups of positions, statuses, classifications, et cetera, and then it will come back to us.
The last study I saw, they basically, like I mentioned, triaged it by risk 1, 2, and 3. The ones that fell in group 1 were all done at once, and they were done earlier than the rest.
Right, because those would be the protected classes,
Yeah.
the Title VII types of classes.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you
Thank
for
you.
reminding me of that, Regent Winton. Okay, I think you can sit down now, Dr. Zarapata. And again, thank you so much to our presidents and our audience. It's always so important to us to hear directly from you. You are the folks on the ground. You are the ones managing your colleges. You're working through this every day. Thank you also to all the regents who participated in this process, and the presentation has been worked on literally for weeks and weeks. And so great job with Dr. Zarapata and Mr. Combs' presentation. Based upon the recommendations from Dr. Zarapata, I'm going to make 2 motions and ask that you consider them for vote. The first motion is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the 2022-23 salary schedule, Attachment A, also seen in the presentation, which includes salary ranges for regular full-time faculty and staff. The KCTCS Board of Regents must approve funding for the salary schedule within the annual budget, which is coming up after these motions, so that everyone understands. I have made the motion and I'm asking for a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Regent Martin is seconding it. I will call for the vote.
Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Is Regent Cox back on? Regent Finan,
Yes. Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. The second motion I'm going to ask for a second on is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve a 7% recurring salary raise in FY 2022-23 for each regular full-time employee who earns at least the fully met job requirements, or M rating, in the 2021-22 KCTCS performance evaluation process and were hired prior to March 31st of 2022. May I have a second?
So moved.
So moved by,
I just want to clarify, you said recurring when you read that?
it's a increase to the salary base. It doesn't mean it happens every year. But it's right, meaning that it increases and it's baked into the base. It's not a one-time compensation.
Okay, thank you.
It's a confusing term. Yes. Yes, question?
Based on board policy, I can't vote on this, correct?
You may.
I may,
Mm-hmm.
even though it helps
So
me, I don't have an interest.
the Attorney General has determined that it is individual compensation. So if we were voting on a Joe Hurt Inc. raise, you would not be able to. So you may.
That is an excellent question. Thank you for that clarification. All right, I have a motion. I have a second from Regent Whitten. I'm going to call for the vote.
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes, ma'am, but I'd like to explain my vote is, and I'd like to thank Paul and Lisa and all of the presidents and Buddy is, and we're going to work on seniority, and I heard the president say we need annual salaries. I'm looking at you now and say, you ask for them, don't start coming crying next year down the road, what I'm saying is, so. But I think it's overdue. I'm a big proponent of, as I've told the presidents, our number one order is our students. Second thing is our employees. I think that also that people should be rewarded for their seniority in the system. And we'll just have to see how the studies come out or so is. But I'm optimistic that we will continue to give some type of reoccurring salary increases for the years to come. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And the roll call goes on. Regent Fletcher.
I'd like to vote and then also make a further comment, kind of on the heels of what Regent Stevens just said. And while I am all for annual increases and preventing this compression issue, I am also about adequately incentivizing good work. And so I never usually fall for anything like an automatic recurrent salary adjustment. I am all for a cost of living type thing with an opportunity for merit, you know, and reward for good hard work and great outcomes. So I just want to make sure everybody understands I'm still looking for that. So yes.
So your vote is yes. All right. Regent Finan.
Yes. Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Yes.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes, and thank you.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes, and I also want to say thanks to Paul and Buddy and the rest of the staff for what they've done with this.
Regent Schaus.
Yes.
And Regent Whitten.
Yes, and Buddy, thank you so much for the scatter plots. I know no one's gone over there and walked in.
Okay, yay.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate
The
your
vote
work.
is unanimous and the motion carries.
As a reminder, this will show up in your paycheck
On July 30th.
on July 30th. Thank you very much. All righty, the next item is actually a discussion of the annual budget, but I'm going to ask this group, it is 11:45 for people on Central Time, 1:45 for people whose bodies are still on Eastern Time. And before we dive into the budget, I want to ask if it's appropriate to break for lunch, or do folks want to keep going and plow through? So I'm going to ask your opinion on that. A little break for lunch and then come back, or do you want to just keep on rolling?
Will we do closed session?
Break and eat?
Can we do closed session during lunch so we are working and making good use of that time, and or are we going to do closed session later in the day?
I think we'll do it later in the day, just because we don't want to hold up other items on the agenda in case it lasts a little while, has been our historical pattern. How about abbreviated lunch?
Yeah, why don't we do like 15 minutes?
15 minutes? Is everyone okay with that? All right, we will break for a 15-minute lunch. Please come back at 12 noon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Regents, for coming back quickly. The time is 12:07 p.m. For the listening and viewing audience, we called for a quick lunch, but unfortunately the lunch wasn't here at the time 20 minutes ago. So apologies in advance, but your regents are actually eating while listening, and so we're doing a working lunch, but we did want to get started back up again right away so that we could complete our agenda. Welcome back, Regent Finan. We can see you there. And I just want to ask General Counsel Duncan to just recognize that we still have a quorum and who is still here and who is not.
We do continue to have a quorum. Our regents who are no longer present would be Regent Hamilton and Regent Cox.
Thank you. Regent Schaus is not in the room right now, and I believe she will be joining us momentarily. Yes. I understand from her she had given me information that she had an important phone call she had to take, and I anticipate her joining us in about 15-20 minutes. But we still have a quorum, so we will continue. Next item on our agenda is a discussion of the KCTCS annual budget for 2022-23. And I'm going to ask Dr. Zarapata and Mr. Buddy Combs to discuss this item.
Buddy, if you wouldn't mind, please do.
Hello. So first off, I want to thank all the college presidents, the financial officers, the budget officers at the colleges for helping put this together. And then I'd like to recognize the staff at the system office that put all this together and created this nice little budget book that you have. That's Brendan Lahane, Laura Woods, Tricia Brewer, and Kelly Sandiford. I appreciate all their help in getting this stuff together. So I'm going to do a quick summary of the annual budget for 22-23. The first item is I want to apologize to Regent Green for misspelling her name in the book. We printed a new copy with the corrected name, and it'll be published correctly once this is approved. So that's the first thing I wanted to bring to your all's attention. So for the 22-23 budget, a couple of items that I want to bring to your attention first is that the Kentucky Board of Emergency Medical Services, as they were included in the budget for 22-23 for KCTCS, actually House Bill 777 will actually move them from KCTCS to an independent agency on July 1. But we also, because the funds were budgeted to KCTCS, we included them in this budget book, but just note that actually on July 1, all of those revenue funds and state funds that we got will actually be basically sent back to the state. But they're budgeted here. I'm working with General Counsel Pam Duncan in the transition to move the employees and all the assets over effective July 1 of 2022. So that's part of this budget that I wanted to bring to your attention. The other part that I want to bring to your attention, which is going to be a separate action item, is that there are two capital assets that we need approval from the board. And these are two different projects. They were in the preliminary phases prior to your all's approval of the other capital asset projects. One of them is for Madisonville, and I apologize for the mispronunciation of the Glenmar roof replacement. That's one of them. Thank you. I should have asked you that one too. And then the second capital project is for Southeast Kentucky, and it's mechanical and equipment upgrades. And again, when you all approved these to go to the Capital Projects Board and CPE earlier, these were just in the early phases. Now we're into it, and these projects are going to end up costing over $1 million, which requires approval by you guys. So I wanted to bring that to your attention as well. The other big item that I want to bring to your attention was from the internal audit. There was a low risk of transparency to our students on the cost for KCTCS under tuition and charges. And I wanted to bring to your attention that on page A6, we have added the digital content, and that when this is published on our website, it'll have a price range. It's $32 up to $900 for the digital content. The other item that was added this year for transparency was a new charge for the Fire Commission, and that was the International Fire Service Accreditation Congress test. And then the other new charge that we're assessing our students is for the nurse aid testing. When they go online, there is now a convenience payment charge that we're assessing the students when they register for their nurse aid testing. Let's see, what was the next one? So we'll get into some of the budget highlights. So our state appropriation was up 12.7%. And that was a combination of different items. One was additional performance funding of $17.7 million was added to the performance funding pool for $21.5 million. 12 of our colleges were able to receive a portion of those funds, while 4 of our colleges were not eligible due to the performance funding model. There were some additional items that were specially allocated to KCTCS for 22-23. One of them was an aviation program startup cost for $900,000 at Madisonville, and then also an additional $900,000 for aviation startup at West Kentucky.
Sorry, I'm going to ask a personal campus question. Maysville, I was wondering how those 2 line items got into the legislative budget, because Maysville also is doing the aviation program. So why just those 2 and not all 3? Do we know?
Not off the top of my head, but I can find out. I'm going to say that there was college presidents.
I believe Hannah knows. I think one of them was a Me Too, but
yeah.
It was strictly legislator interest. We did not ask for these. Madisonville or West Kentucky had any intention of going and asking for these specifically. The legislators sought them out and said, we want to do this. Oftentimes it comes down to who is on the budget subcommittee and who has the influence to work those line items. Thank you.
In addition to that, we also received a small allocation, which was $85,000 to help supplement the increased cost for the Kentucky Employees Retirement System as well. As you'll notice that our tuition and fees, they are down. Part of this projection basically was the colleges wanted to be a little bit conservative now that we do not have the higher education emergency relief funds, and our enrollment for the past 2 semesters have been projected down, even though now we're showing a projected increase. All of our colleges were pretty conservative in estimating their tuition revenue for the next year. A couple of other items that I wanted to bring to your attention that really impacted the budget this year, and as most of you know, the higher education emergency relief funds, most of that will expire June 30th of this year. So that impacted a lot of our projected spending. So, our government grants and contracts basically will show a decrease because we're not going to have that funding anymore. And then the other part that will affect that is our expenses. So we were using all those expenses in the past to, PPE, helping with the distance learning, getting our instructors up to speed with, moving from a in-person class, all that. So you'll see that because of that, a lot of our expenses, both instructional and operational, is going to be less than it was in the previous years. The other item that we wanted to bring to your attention is that if you notice that our private funds are up 48%, and that's due for basically 3 colleges. The largest increase was due to a $2 million Evolve 502 scholarship program at Jefferson, which it not only helps Jefferson students, but that Evolve can also help other colleges as well, the 502 scholarship. And then we had increased private funding for the Badgett Center at Madisonville. And then we also had some private funding that's going to help the radiology program at Ashland. So that's why our private funds, you'll see an increase in that as we've had some private donations to help with our colleges and some of those items.
Buddy, can I ask a question about that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say private funding, is that direct revenue coming into the KCTCS budget? Or does that go to like the foundation and then come to the KCTCS budget? Do you know?
That comes in directly into KCTCS.
Directly to KCTCS?
Yeah, and it's restricted. I mean, it's
Right.
still restricted, but it comes to KCTCS.
So it's a donor funding, but it is restricted to the particular projects?
Right.
Thank you.
And then when you get into the function of expenses, as you'll see, the majority of all of our expenses are going to be down, and that is all due to the elimination of the HERF funds that we've had. So for 2022-23, we're kind of coming back, what I would call coming back down to a normal budget from all the federal funds that we've had over the past couple of years. So overall, our total expenses and budgets are going to be down 19.8% is what we're projecting for the upcoming year. So we've got everything in line. Our colleges are still looking at all kinds of efficiencies and in their operations to keep the budget in line. So that's my summary of the overall budget for this year. So,
are there any questions from Regents for Mr. Combs? Okay, one of the things we need to do is to take action on this item. Before we do that, I do want to mention to the Regents that the 2 items that Mr. Combs referenced in terms of the capital projects, I have asked that those be separated out as separate action items. Just to give you a little perspective, historically, there has been a little bit inconsistency on how these things have been handled. Capital projects, if the approval was needed sort of off budget cycle, or meaning at a meeting that was not the June meeting, then Regents may have seen action asked of them to approve that. So it might have come up at a March meeting or a December meeting. But if the capital projects needed approval at the June time period, they were simply listed in the budget book and not asked for separate approval. And because it is a fiduciary responsibility for us, and one that from the general counsel's advice to me is something that that is called out as a specific governance duty for this board, I have asked that those capital projects be pulled out separately from the budget book, and that going forward, they are always pulled out separately from the budget book, because I believe the practice of sometimes they're in the budget book and sometimes they're not, and is a bit inconsistent. And in the light of transparency, we want to make sure that we are completing our duties and that we're doing them in as Regent Fletcher will say, in the sunshine. So that is why those items have been pulled out. So the first action I'm going to ask for, in this motion is that I get a second on the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the 2022-23 budget resolution as expressed in attachment A and presented to you in highlight by Mr. Coombs regarding the 2022-23 annual budget for the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. This budget and its provisions will be effective July 1 of 2022 through June 30th of 2023. May I have a second?
Second.
Regent Herding, thank you. And can we call for the vote?
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes. Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler. Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes.
Regent Schaus is not present currently. Regent Witten.
Yes.
Of the members present, the vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you. So the next items, 2 items, are the capital projects. These projects exceed $1 million. And I'll ask you, Mr. Coombs, do you have additional information to present on each one? The first one is the Madisonville Glemma Mar roof replacement.
So basically the total cost on that's $1.5 million, and this will be eligible for the asset preservation funds. So $1.3 million will be bond funds, and then $195,600 is from the college agency funds. That's how that project will be funded.
Okay. And the second one is for the Southeast Kentucky mechanical equipment upgrades.
Yeah, so this project will upgrade and replace boilers, chillers, pumps, and air handlers, and heating and ventilation and air conditioning control upgrades. This project is estimated at $2 million with bond funds of $1.7 million, and then agency funds of $260,800 from the college to support these projects.
And for these projects, you have received responses and have vendors that are lined up to do these projects?
Yes, they're in the phase of implementing these and procuring the vendors to move forward. We have already sent a note to the CPE for their acknowledgement of these 2 projects as well,
Thank you.
once approved by the board.
Are there any questions from board members on both of these projects? Okay, hearing none. I'd like to make a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the Madisonville Glemma Mar roof replacement and the Southeast Kentucky mechanical equipment upgrades capital projects for 2022-23 as listed on page D3 of the 2022-23 annual budget. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Regent Martin, and let's call for the vote.
Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes. Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler.
Yes.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. Presidents in the audience, you have your approval. Okay, the next items are updates, and I'm going to ask President Zarapata to take it from here.
Absolutely. And so you'll receive a final presentation on this in September. So I'm not going to read this report to you, but I do have a presentation for proposed goals coming up here in just a minute. I'll highlight 3 things, and they were all from the legislative session that I'm pretty proud of. One was working with the Kentucky Chamber and getting unemployment insurance changed so that students could get an extra 5 weeks. This was House Bill 4, and we're hoping that this will help students come back to us. And we were hopeful it would be 8 weeks to match up with some of our 8-week programs, but we can always try for that again. One of the things, the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship is an amazing scholarship. It had some hiccups with it, though, in that you could only take it for 4 semesters. And if you weren't taking 15 credit hours, that doesn't help. And so they have removed that after some discussions that we've had as well as others. And now instead of 4 semesters, it's 60 credit hours, which helps the students that can't go full time. And lastly, I'm going to mention this because I spent probably 20 hours in meetings for K-beams, which was, it ended up, it's either Senate Bill or House Bill 777, nice round number. K-beams eventually was moved on. We were, they were with us, they were without us, they were with us again. This was nothing against K-beams, but this really, our missions are very different, and it was just administrative overhead, particularly for General Counsel Duncan's office on open records requests and the like. Again, I will be making a full presentation on my completed goals in September. And so with that, I will pause for any questions. And if not, I'll jump right into my proposed goals for September.
Any questions?
All right. Back up front. I turned it off. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. It feels like I've been up here a few times today.
Before you get started, President Zarapata, Regent Shouts has rejoined the meeting.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Go ahead.
Glad you're back. Today I'll be talking about a little bit about the EARS tour, which if you're not familiar with it, we will, I'll revisit some of that. We'll be talking about the KCTCS strategic plan, a map for success, a draft communications plan, and then my goal. In the appendix is the detailed action plan. And so I won't cover that as much unless there's questions. So this morning it was interesting as we were at breakfast, it was almost the exact same crowd that we had for the listening tour when we were here in Owensboro back in fall. So it was really fun to see everybody. It was really interesting as we made all these stops. And again, I want to thank Chair Damaris. She made 14 out of the 16, I believe, 13 out of the 16. And we heard very similar things. The format of this is, and I appreciate all the regents who came out. I know Chris came and James Lee came out and many others. The format was we met with the local leadership team first in the morning. We met with business and industry and legislators over lunch, and then we had faculty and staff meetings for, I think it was an hour and a half or 2 hours in the afternoon. And it was interesting how the same themes kept coming up. It was around compensation. It was about loss of some benefits that weren't necessarily removed by us, but were removed by the legislature, particularly around tuition reimbursement. And also, I think in every meeting, the admissions application came up. And so, as Chair Damaris had heard this from her own daughter. So just, interesting. And so the EARS tour is around equity, agility, responsiveness, and being streamlined. In this theme, I want us to be able to respond in a like way across the system. And what I'm going to talk about here isn't a criticism on anything. If anyone embodies EARS in my mind, it's this college. OCTC is doing that. And that was the same thing that when I was here for the fall tour, I could tell looking around that many of these things were already infused in them. I forgot to advance the slide. I apologize. And this is, can we make that bigger? Is that as much as it'll do? All right, so it's just cutting off the bottom a little bit. Okay. In March, you all approved the mission and vision. The mission of KCTCS is largely in statute. And of course, the vision, which you can't see on there unless Hannah can scroll down. KCTCS will be the primary provider of skilled talent to grow to Kentucky. The rest of this presentation is going to show how we're going to do that. So this will look familiar to you, except for one hitch. As I looked at our goals that you approved back in March, you approved it in the order of increased learner success, increased employment success, increased organization success. When I thought about this, I looked and something was bothering me. What it was is that until we get ourselves right, which is the organization success, we can't do anything to help employers. We can't do anything to increase learning success. And so I feel deliberately that we need to put organization success in getting our house in order to make sure that we can perform the other two. So what action is required for us to be successful? Quite frankly, it's a mind shift. And the mind shift is really around the why. Why do we need to do this? The why, as I see it, is to make sure that we're relevant. Because if we don't perform like we're expected to, as we have these huge projects come online in Glendale and all across the state, if we don't step up, somebody else is going to. There's not a day that goes by where you don't hear about, Google, Amazon, Walmart, all these large companies coming together with educational programs of their own at scale. So what do we do about it? The way I see this mindset shift is through a lens of three areas. We've talked about it a lot. We've talked about culture. We've talked about resource optimization with the ROC committee. And we talked about being trusted out in the market. And that's trusted with everyone, all of our constituents, business and industry, our students, politicians. They need to feel, and I do feel like there is a big shift out there. I feel, especially with the legislature, when these projects come up, they're coming to us. I know Jessie spends a great deal of time in her group with those, and I know there's a lot of non-disclosure agreements, but anyway, I think there's a lot of big things coming. And so with culture, I want KCTCS across the system to be a place where everyone belongs. So it's being passionate and purposeful where everyone belongs. This is something that we talk about in cabinet. It's something I'll be talking about with our presidents when we have our retreat in September. We're intentionally looking to maximize all resources, human, fiscal, and physical, which we've heard Chair Damaris say all sorts of times. And again, being that trusted market leader, people reaching out to us, being able to be knowing that we're going to be able to succeed and bring the resources and bring the success that they need. And it's got to be a partnership. We've talked about not wanting our relationships with business and industry to be transactional. It can't be you give me this, I take that. It has got to be partnerships, just like we talked about with the hospital here regionally in Owensboro. So in culture shift, these are, again, we haven't done it this way before. These are proposed goals. And so what I'm going to ask you, though, today is that you approve these proposed goals so that I can start working on them so that we can get out the chute quicker. You're going to see in the communications plan, I want to bring the communications plan around the strategic plan starting now. So with culture shift, providing more, and you're going to see a lot of the culture. If I don't get culture right at the system office, I can't get it right out at the colleges. And many of our colleges have got great cultures, to be honest. Dr. Pate and Dr. Neal were at the Best Places to Work banquet last night. And so we've got it going on in many places, but we've got to work on it in the system office. So increasing that employee interaction. And when I say that, I'm talking about with me. This needs to be employee interaction with me. It's one thing to have mix and mingles. This is me deliberately being down, with all of our employees and being able to interact with them. So we've had 2 pop-up offices so far. One was a breakfast, one we brought an ice cream truck out. We've had a quarterly birthday celebration. We're going to have a picnic. And then I'm going to start meeting in small groups. In the small groups, I've done this in IT for a long time when I was in that area. 3 questions. What's working? What's not working? What would you do if you were me that could make immediate impact tomorrow? 3 questions. I'm going to do that with 10 people. So this will be, several meetings, 10, 12, 13 meetings, however much it takes to meet with everybody in the system office. Increase employee diversity and inclusion. Now, how do I do that? Well, in several ways. All of the hires that come across in the system office come across my desk. That's making sure that we've got diverse hiring committees, that we had diverse candidates, that we did all of our homework in recruiting these people. This is about me empowering our new VP to make sure that he or she has got the resources necessary to go out and recruit these people. We have got to get out and recruit people where they are. In many cases, we've advertised in the same places, and we're not getting different results. So, and again, when we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not just about race, it is about everything. We have to be a place where everybody belongs. The third one, and I'm sure the presidents are going to chuckle back there in the corner, we want to do a strategic plan. on how to best serve, support, and lead the colleges. One of the things I like to harp on is if the colleges could choose anybody, would they choose the system office? And I guarantee there's a few of them that wouldn't. And that's a problem. And I know it's a problem. And I know that we've got to change that. So we need a strategic plan to come around. How do we do that? How do we best lead, serve, and support? The other one we've talked about a bunch today, which is that compensation equity study. I think that's very important. I'm thrilled that you all are all in favor of that, and we're going to get that performed. I think it's going to do just wonders. But what we've got to do is embrace it. We've got to do everything that we've been saying. We've got to have these recurring increases. I do like the thought of merit being involved in that instead of, stay alive and get 5, or, as they've said at the state level sometimes. Yeah.
Paul, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Is that in our proposed budget, or do we need to allot for that, for the compensation equity study?
I believe we've got funds to cover that.
Okay.
Yeah. Pardon? It's built in. It's built in. Okay. We're going to partner with a consultant to perform a cultural assessment of the system office. Again, I need to get our house in order at the system office before we can start reaching out globally and making these things happen at scale. I'm going to be performing a regional fall tour. That'll get out. We'll for sure do the system office. I'm anticipating 5 or 6 different locations across the state. I'd love to come back here, to be quite frank, as Scott didn't hear that too. Let's see here. And then a comprehensive look at the employee benefit offerings. Again, we're going to capture that survey during open enrollment, and then we'll be able to quickly react to it, I think. And depending on how much experience the incoming VP has along these lines, it may take some outside help on it. I know University of Wisconsin system, and it didn't cost very much at all, had some outside help that helped them kind of collate this work. Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt too
Not at
much,
all.
but so you're going to do this survey during open enrollment. Does that mean that this wouldn't go in anything you find in the survey wouldn't go into effect until next year?
Not necessarily. It depends what they decide to do. For example, if there's tuition, if tuition reimbursement becomes a high priority, that's something we could implement almost immediately.
We talked a little bit about cafeteria benefits, cafeteria plans, so that people could kind of pick and choose what was best for them.
Mm-hmm.
So is that something that would be available as of January? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a little bit late to do the survey.
I don't think we're going to have, so open enrollment is in October, which means we would have to have cafeteria plans in place by then. We would have had to issue RFPs, and I don't think, if we are going to be making big plan changes, particularly around health offerings and those sorts of things, it would have to be October.
Another year from now.
I think so. Okay. So on resource optimization, this is just ongoing practice. This is what we did with Hannah. After realizing that she could take that on, receiving additional compensation, let's eliminate the position. We're going to be conducting lean training, not only with the cabinet, we're going to do lean training with PLT at our retreat in September. We're also going to be hosting sessions for the system office for lean training for everybody in the system office. On top of that, we're going to be having a conference that I'm from Chicago. Chicago is there's a huge concert called Lollapalooza. So the former CIO at the University of Kentucky, I stole this from him. He went to UC San Diego. He called it Process Palooza, so we're going to reincarnate it here. What this is people in the system office, it'll be the system office first, then we'll move it out to the entire college, taking a look at existing processes, getting into a contest to reorganize these things. Then we fund those, we give them overloads and implement them. It's amazing. They've saved somewhere around $3.8 million at UC San Diego just by doing this. And they've done it 2 times. Chris will be running point on this along with Kenny Burdine, so I'm really excited to get this going. Partnering with an outside entity for the facilities usage and optimization. We talked about that yesterday in the ROC update, and you voted on it today. reintroducing the college innovation funding. And so this would be an application process. This is not just around lean processes, but ways to implement human fiscal and physical efficiencies across the system. And this last one goes back to the redesign of some of our onboarding, particularly technologies, would be the admissions application, as well as some other onboarding tech. Trusted market leadership. Increasing the program and success rates. And so this is reducing where we have gaps between gender and minorities, we need to close those. That's making sure that we do that. The trains funds, this is around more marketing of trains, making sure that we get the word out to business and industry. They know how that works. My goal is to use up all these funds and be able to go to the legislature and ask for more. And then Chris Rice, for those of you that were with us back in November, Chris came and he led a session. You know, he's a futurist. He's going to be coming back to us, and it's going to be co-branded with KCTCS. The first session is going to be with our legislative leadership, and he's going to do a Future of Kentucky session. Then we're going to have a webinar with the chamber that we're going to co-sponsor. And so it'll be KCTCS and the chamber, you know, present the future of Kentucky. You know, we're expecting, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of visits to that. That gets our name out there. That gets me really excited. That dovetails into the next one. I met with a senator during the legislative session that talked about, you know, 2 years ago, 2 years ago, we had a manufacturing crisis. This past session, it was all about allied health. Wouldn't it be great if KCTCS can help us predict how to help? And so that's what I'm going to be leveraging Chris Rice to look into. We've got some pretty good ideas of what it could be. Electrification comes to mind. We've seen 2 huge projects come that way. Kentucky is becoming a corridor for that. There was another huge battery project that just landed in Indiana. So I'm excited to see how that plays out. Last one here, going back to Kathy Dykstra, and this is with the Family Scholar House, to make sure that we've got call campaigns, fruitful call campaigns with all 16 of our colleges. I want to formalize and measure that. You know, I don't want this to be a nice to have. I want this to be something that we're doing day in and day out. This next one is around awarding credit for prior learning. And this goes around, there's a lot of work going on right now, and the legwork's being done to where we can eventually get to an electronic means of very quickly awarding transfer credit to military and also other transfers. Next is with the Kentucky Association of Manufacturers. I give a shout out to Regent Girdler. He put us in touch with Bruco in Central City, Kentucky. We are looking to do a technology trailer. It has gotten slowed down in its progress. Cam had a different director. Then their financials got a little bit whacked out. So we're still working on how that might work. That's why it's got a TBD date. And then beginning to do some discovery and research about offering bachelor's degrees in high demand fields. In many states, allied health, you know, I think about here in this state, you've got allied health, you've got teachers. They just had a big press conference on teachers yesterday. Anything that we can do to get and help in that pipeline, it's, you know, it's going to be very political. I already know that, you know, it's not going to make some people happy. It's going to make others very happy. You know, we have some inroads already with the Kentucky Hospital Association through our work on the K-beams things. I think we've got a lot of inroads that we can leverage and probably make some good progress on this year. So this is the draft communications plan. The goal here is to gain the buy-in and trust with our key audiences. Our key audiences are who you probably expect. You've got the Board of Regents, my cabinet, basically the president's leadership team. We've got faculty and staff at the colleges and the system office, the governor's office, legislators, council on post-secondary education, business and industry, and then our affinity partners, CAM, the Kentucky Chamber, KHA, and others. This is going to be a little bit difficult for you. This is the proposed timeline, and you've got this presentation in your materials. I won't go over that, but basically, you know, this starts now if you all are okay with that. And these are all the different channels we've got. And this is going to include one-on-one meetings all the way from emails to our town halls to newsletters. And then in the daily scoop and in the daily, help me, Mary. There's the scoop and what's the other one? The buzz and the scoop, yes. my number one goal in all of this is to make sure that we execute what we're agreeing on today. And so that's why I want to get your go ahead, if you're okay with these, to start moving forward on this so that we can get everything in motion. That's it. I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity to do this.
What questions do you have?
Do you see a projected futuristic target date for the potential for baccalaureate degrees in high demand transfer fields?
I wish there was some pattern to it. It took only like a year and a half in California. It's taken 8 years in other states.
Mm-hmm.
It depends what kind of resistance. I mean, we're in like the infant stages of reaching out on this. I think it's a really good idea. I think it's a compelling idea. Ty is not with us anymore. He's been in states like Florida where they have done that. The nice thing there is obviously when you've got baccalaureate degrees, you've got higher tuition rates, and it can help the college thrive. So I don't have an exact one yet. I'm possibly in September after I start having those discussions.
Other benefits to that also, for example, the metrics.
Yes.
You don't have those metrics such as first-time test takers, those kinds of things, which could be beneficial and help us in the performance funding. And then a lot of those can be taught in more mass because, for example, in health programs like nursing, they do not have the same clinical nor that 10-to-1 ratio requirement. So you could really have one facilitator for a much larger group of students. I think some areas of the state that would probably take off very well considering the community and technical college is located sort of at the center, very centric to several of the hospitals where students could be cohorted in mass into those programs. So I do think that's something definitely needs to stay on the forefront. Really applaud you for bringing that forward. That's been under consideration. Thank you.
Paul, in reference to the open enrollment, I would hope that you have an HR person on board by then. I would assume in October.
We'll have somebody, I'm hopeful, in place by July 5th.
Well,
and then I'll be able to.
I would like for them to follow up on Regent Fletcher is to look at to see if there's an option. Do we need a cafeteria plan? Because I know a lot of institutions have one, and it can be, it maybe needs to be explained what is a cafeteria plan to the employees, and would you be interested? And I would hope that that would come through the HR, and if there is, then by in next spring or so that we start working on finding vendors or so for an HR plan.
Yes, so that person should be on board in July, and we'll definitely be working that. I do want to mention something that Regent Fletcher and I talked about on the phone, and that is education around benefits, particularly around health plans, and especially when we get our younger people that come in with those health plans, what to pick. I never knew what to pick. I mean, and I probably overpaid the entire time. And then you get the family. And then once you have the family, then it's all right, well, the family plan, that's what I've got to get. But especially, our workers from, just out of college until, they start having children stuff, they probably would be fine with some of these HRA plans and other things. And instead of having to do let's buy $1,000 in contact lenses every December because we overblew our flexible spending account, they could budget a little bit easier. So, yeah, that's good. And I appreciated that comment. So education around benefits is going to be a huge deal too. And that's something that will be at the forefront.
And that's something before the survey is done that you could really encourage all of your employees to do.
Yes.
Tell them to do a look back before the end of this year and really calculate how much money they have spent on healthcare, whether it's over-the-counter medicines, contact lenses, glasses, those things. But really, most people are paying, and I tell my patients this every day, most people are paying more in premiums per year than they actually spend on healthcare under the age of 35. And so unless they're on multiple medications, they have multiple, health issues, comorbidities, most people do not need to be buying those Cadillac plans that are offered by employers. They really should probably save that money and just pay out of pocket for their health care, getting that self-pay discount as well. So I know the insurance companies hate me when I say that in public, but it's the truth. And so if you did have a cafeteria plan where, one of the employees said, well, for me, young mother of, 2 kids, husband's healthy, he's covered on his plan. What I really need is just $1,000 to spend for copays or whatever, or for an occasional office visit. But with preventative care being covered, by most insurance, most people aren't even out of pocket for their yearly visit anymore. And so again, I just want to make sure that we're not just saying, oh, here's the plans we can give you. I want to know what they need and then us build the plan around them. So that's why I felt like the survey could have been done a little sooner, and maybe then contracting with those vendors done a little, just say to the vendors, hey, be prepared, this is going to change. And, but again, just having everybody kind of track their expenses for 6 months to a year would really help them to know what to pick.
Thanks. Thank you for the feedback.
Could I make one other comment, Chair Damaris? And that is, Dr. Zarapata, on page 13,
Yes.
I guess, of your slides where you talk about awarding credit in an expedited manner for prior learning. In the background, is there a way we could kind of also incorporate concurrent learning, such as through the apprenticeships, where people can get credit for those experiences, for example, in some of the applied programs, where rather than doing an apprenticeship separate or even an extern where they're getting paid, that's great. But what about getting credit for that, like a dedicated education unit? That concept is out there so that people really are getting they're getting bang for the buck that way. They're not spending more time, they're actually maximizing the time they are spending, I think, which is really beneficial. And maybe to revisit advanced placement exams, because we are working with those adult learners who really want to move. They don't want to be drug out over 2 years to get from point A to point B. So I do think we have a lot of opportunity out there, and putting all of that sort of in a complete package where people can see how it benefits them moving forward. I think that might really maximize this, if that's something you would be interested in.
Absolutely. I don't have anything in particular to share with you today, but I can certainly bring that back around.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or feedback for Dr. Zarapata? And so during his presentation, he was asking this board to kind of give him a nod to move forward. We will be doing a formal evaluation of the president in the September meeting and typically approve his goals and objectives at that time. What I would ask for, rather than doing a roll call vote right now, is if you all would have a consensus toward letting him continue to investigate these. I think in some areas he had a TBD on the date, and so he may want to firm that up a little bit between now and September, but are folks generally supportive of the plan that he has expressed?
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely. That definitely seems the right direction.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you
Then
very
you
much.
have your nod.
It's blessed. Thank you so
All
much. I
right.
appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dr. Zarapata. I appreciate it. All right. We actually have one more bit of business to do, and then we will be going to the executive session portion. And so it is 5 minutes of one. And before we go into that, because we just finished lunch, I want to ask people, do you want to take the next 5 minutes and be back at 1 o'clock for just a very short break? And then we'll do our officer elections, and then we will go into executive session. Does that sound good? All right. Welcome back, Regents. Just coming back from a short break. We do have a couple more items on our agenda, and we'll get going with those. And if General Counsel Duncan could just recognize folks that are still here, it should be the same as right before the break, but just so it's on the record.
That is correct. We are all here except for Regent Hamilton and Regent Cox.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda is the Board of Regents officer elections, and I will ask General Counsel Pam Duncan to lead the election process.
So I did distribute the process for you. Basically, we will begin with the chair. We will take nominations for the chair. Once we have all nominations in, then we will take the vote, and it will be taken in alphabetical order based on the nominee's last name. Once we have that position filled, we will move on to vice chair, do the same, and move on to secretary. Any questions before we begin? All right, I would like to open it up for nominations for the chair of the KCTCS Board of Regents.
I nominate Chair Damaris to continue as chair.
Do we have any other nominations? All right, and this may seem like overkill, but we will need to take a roll call on this. But before we do, we have the opportunity to have people speak from the floor on her behalf, and she may also make a statement herself.
I'd like to say that this, I'm completing my 7th year on the board. This has been the most, in some ways, stressful, but also most enjoyable. And this board has gotten more done in this year than the other 6 years. And I'm very proud of Lisa and her leadership and what she's done. And I want to personally thank her for her leadership with KCTCS. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a comment as well, if that's appropriate. I just also want to kind of echo James Lee's sentiments. I think Chair Damaris has just done an incredible job. She's led with vision, boldness, determination, been extremely collaborative and transparent, and I cannot think of anyone better than Lisa to continue as chair. Thank you for your dedication to KCTCS.
I have a comment I would like to make. So when I first came on the board as a student, Chair Damaris was always so willing to answer all my questions and patiently explain things to me. And, you know, we would have phone calls that last an hour where I would just be asking, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? And she'd always patiently answer my questions and help me to understand. So I really think that you've done a great job.
This is Karen. If I could just say, I think the innovative technical expertise, the courage to transition and take on things that have not been addressed for years has really pushed KCTCS in this board forward. And I really believe that is thanks to Lisa's leadership and this board's willingness to work together. So I am highly supportive of Lisa in this role.
Do we have other comments?
I had a whole speech planned, but I couldn't have said it better than that. So, and I was just going down through all my little paragraphs, and I think y'all have hit every one of them. So thanks for helping me not have to do a speech today.
Chair Damaris, would you like to make some comments?
I would. First, I humbly accept the nomination, and I want to thank all of you for your support and your participation. As Regent Finan just expressed it, leadership is one facet of growth, but collaboration and working together toward the goal is what gets us there. And, you know, since assuming this position last year, it was my goal to reorganize the board into a collaborative, team-based board of the whole. And, you know, I feel like we achieved it right away. And I'm so thankful that all of you were ready to move forward with that. With General Counsel's help to update and upgrade board policies, which, as we know, had not been looked at in a very long time. And as General Counsel said earlier today, how important it is to have policy and procedure in place because it eliminates the ambiguity in decision-making processes. And that is very, very important. Since August of last year, we have updated policies, bylaws for the Board of Regents, program development improvement and approval, making it easier for our colleges to move forward. Administrative structure, we have new policies on non-banded executive compensation and upgraded other procedures, including the evaluation of the president, election of faculty and staff board regents, and others. We've worked well together with our chancellor's office to give us a strategic plan that is focused, purposeful, emphasizing key metrics for student success, employer success, and organizational success. And we have worked steadfastly to ensure that our faculty and staff are valued at the highest level in our budgeting process. And I just want to say that it's been wonderful to serve in this role. I am so happy that you all would like me to continue. I am convinced after completing the roadshow with Dr. Zarapata that partnerships between KCTCS and Kentucky employers, where they are true partnerships, will lead to our success. Good example here in Owensboro with the P3 partnership in healthcare. I am convinced that our people and our faculty and staff have the qualities and competencies needed to educate Kentuckians. And I am convinced that we must continue our work to demonstrate effective and efficient use of our human capital, physical capital, and financial capital. I know Mr. Coombs presented a budget where it was a little bit conservative, and we appreciate that. But we're one of the post-secondaries where enrollment is trending up, and that's great. And a special thank you to Jessie Shook and all of her work, because as I read our materials, workforce non-degree headcount is up 45.5%, and that's amazing. So I thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve with all of you and for your confidence.
Are there any other comments? Then we'll proceed with the vote. I will actually skip Chair Damaris, as that could be perceived as a conflict of interest. And we will go to Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Fletcher,
Absolutely.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herding,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Witten.
Wholeheartedly.
The vote is unanimous. You are now our chair.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to vice chair. Do I have nominations for the executive position of vice chair?
I'd like to nominate James Lee Stevens.
Do we have any other nominations? All right, does anyone wish to speak on James Lee Stevens' behalf? Make any comments?
I'll make one. Sorry, Chris, beat you to the punch. I really appreciate James Lee's approach to a lot of these topics. It always is people first, and as someone who totally agrees with that, I really appreciate that he's never afraid to say yes, but if the first lead in the conversation is not about our people. And I know that's from years of experience and years of being a leader in his own organizations. And I just appreciate that going forward, we'll always have that voice leading those conversations with our people first. So thank you, Jimmy Lee.
May I comment, Madam Chair? Again, I'm going to echo a lot of what Regent Fletcher just said. I won't discuss the years of experience because then he'll accuse us of calling him old. But I do want to commend his passion for education as well as his passion for people. And I think that's the mission behind KCTCS and kind of sums it up in a nutshell. And I want to second or third and just commend James Lee for his service and willingness to be vice.
I'd like to add to the commentary that I've been on this board with James Lee. I think he's got about a year ahead of me. And the very first meeting that I attended, I sat next to James Lee at dinner. And I quickly learned a lot about Mr. James Lee Stevens. And what I did learn is that he does have a genuine love for people, a genuine love for education, and a genuine love for the institution. What I've come to learn, particularly this past year, as we have worked together to lead this board, is that he is an excellent partner and has perspectives sometimes I don't think of, and I have those that he doesn't think of, and I couldn't ask for a better partner to work together over the next year.
Any other comments? James Lee, would you like to say something?
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence from the board members, and I really appreciate Lisa. Lisa kind of keeps me in check sometimes in our conversations because I am passionate about students and employees. And I get kind of frustrated or have in the past that when I'm told, well, that's really out of your area of not knowledge, but what you need to know. And I really appreciate Paul and his entire staff, especially Pam, for being so nice to me that she has to occasionally, now she hasn't this year at all, but sometimes she'll look at me kind of strong and I know I've said the wrong thing or going down the wrong way. But Lisa has been a delight to work with, and all of you have, and I am very blessed to have you, all of you, as my friends. And I look forward for the next 3 or 4 years to taking care of our students and our employees. Thank you.
Great. We will proceed with the roll call. Chair Damaris.
Absolutely, yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
Yes.
Regent Girdler. Regent Green.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm a little tickled here. Regent Herding.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Well, yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Regent Martin.
Yeah.
Regent Schaus.
Yes.
And Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Regent James Lee Stevens is the vice chair. All right, our final position is secretary for the KCTCS Board of Regents, and I open the floor for nominations.
Honorable Pam Duncan, I'd like to nominate Regent Fletcher, please.
Are there any other nominations? All right, I will open it up now for comments or questions.
I was going to make this big speech, but I know there's no one else, but that's okay. It has been quite, even though I have served at all kinds of levels within KCTCS and now being on the board, I've had folks, of course, Chair Damaris has as well. but having been a part of ROC and being invited to be a part of that and seeing your organization, your structure and your drive and your willingness to work for students across the system and your true dedication to this institution and all 16 of them, I can't think of a better person for this position. So.
I likewise would like to add that Regent Fletcher is a pleasure to work with. She's been, serving in this role as secretary for three years this time. She has not only perfected it, she has often taken it to a level of leadership that that you don't often see. Sometimes the folks think that the secretary signs the minutes and that's all that person does, but that's not true. The secretary of the board is part of the elected officers, and she has worked steadfastly along with Regent Stevens and myself when we've had to have discussions about various topics. She's always been on point, always doing her homework, always doing her homework. And this morning at the breakfast, I went to introduce her and she was not there at the community breakfast. And I said, I bet she's probably working because she's so dedicated to her patients and the people she cares for in her employment. And I looked at my phone after the meeting and there she was sending me a text message saying, I'm sorry I missed the breakfast, but I had some patients that I needed to see. And so it is her love of people, students, faculty, staff that keeps her dedicated and keeps her working hard for KCTCS. And I, enthusiastically support that nomination.
I'd like to make a quick comment as well. It wouldn't seem right to comment on Lisa and James Lee and then not on Wendy, without question. But a lot of the things that I want to comment on are things that obviously the public doesn't see. And that's Regent Fletcher's passion, as you mentioned, Chair Damaris, for what she does. But the things that I want to get across is, her driving through the night and arriving at 2 a.m. in Owensboro to be here for this meeting. Her extremely busy professional life. I mean, all of us are busy to certain degrees, but I don't know that any of us can match schedules with Regent Fletcher. And then, this morning on the phone with a patient who unfortunately has an illness they may not recover from. And just talking to Wendy about her dedication and her passion to other people, she brings that same thing to her service on the Board of Regents. So I just want to again commend her and thank the board for the nomination.
Do we have further comments?
I'll just make a quick one. I thank you for the nomination and the vote of confidence. And I just want you all to know that I do have passion for this institution, and it has been an absolute joy to work with this board. I know I talk a lot. I ask a lot of questions. I'm slow. I don't math, all those things. But I do appreciate your vote today, and I thank you for the opportunity to continue in this role until I'm no longer here. I think I roll off next year, but it's been an absolute joy, and I have absolutely learned something every single conversation that I've had with any of you, and I'm really excited to keep the band together and keep moving forward. So let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, to echo those words, let's do it. I will start with Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens.
Yes, ma'am.
Regent Finan.
Yes.
Regent Gallagher.
100% yes.
Regent Girdler.
Yes.
Regent Green.
Yes.
Regent Herdink.
Yes.
Regent Jackson.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes.
Regent Schaus.
Yes.
And Regent Whitten.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. You are now, and again, our secretary.
Thank you.
So that concludes the elections, and I will hand it back over to our chair.
Thank you so much, and appreciate you, Honorable Pam Duncan, for everything you do to keep us in order in all ways as we conduct our meetings. We have officially concluded the agenda business that has been publicized to the public. And at this time, we are going to move into executive session. And so I believe I need to ask some folks to leave the room. And pursuant to, and Pam, why do I always forget this? KRS 61.8101C and or KRS 61.8101F. I would like to move to go into executive session. I believe we need a roll call on that.
Yes. Chair Damaris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Gallagher,
Yes.
Regent Girdler,
Yes.
Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Herdink,
Yes.
Regent Jackson,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent Schaus,
Yes.
Regent Whitten.
Yes.
All right, we are now in executive session if all non-regents can leave.
the KCTCS Board of Regents meeting adjourned. I need a second. Second.
And by
Re-
consensus.
And by consensus. We don't need a roll call.
No.
By show of hands.
By show of hands. All right,
Karen,
thank
where
you
are
all
your
very
hands?
much. Safe travels home.